Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the November 18th, 2014 meeting of the Downers Grove Village Council. There are copies of our meeting agenda on either side of the room on the ledges. If you have not had a chance to do so, please feel free to pick up a copy of our agenda and follow along with our proceedings tonight. We will have multiple opportunities for public comment, both with respect to items that are on our agenda tonight, as well as a segment under item 4, which is reserved for public comments of a general nature with respect to items that are not on our agenda tonight. It is our proud custom to begin our meetings by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, so at this point in time I would ask everyone present to please rise and join us in reciting the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much for that. And now I'd like to ask our fine village clerk, April Holden, to please call the roll.
Commissioner Jose?
Here.
Commissioner Olson?
Here.
Commissioner Rankin?
Here.
Commissioner Barnett?
Here.
Commissioner Neustadt?
Here.
Commissioner Durkin?
Here.
Mayor Tully?
Here. Thank you very much. That brings us to item number 3, which pertains to minutes of prior council meetings. We have a couple of sets of minutes to approve tonight. One is our executive session minutes for approval only from November 4th, 2014, and also our minutes of our regular council meeting on November 11th, 2014. If any members of the village council have any questions, comments, corrections, or changes to any of those minutes? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Those minutes are approved. At this point, I'd like to pause briefly to read a proclamation in honor of Small Business Saturday. Yes, it's hard to believe it is almost that time of the year, although certainly by the weather, you might think it was January. Whereas November 29, 2014 is Small Business Saturday, a nationwide campaign to spur business for small merchants. And whereas the Village of Downers Grove celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. And whereas the Village of Downers Grove supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our economy, and preserve our neighborhoods. And whereas small businesses are the heartbeat of our community and local economy. Now therefore, I, Martin T. Tully, Mayor of the Village of Downers Grove, do hereby proclaim Saturday, November 29th, 2014, as Small Business Saturday in the Village of Downers Grove, and urge all citizens to support businesses in Downers Grove throughout the year. And I would normally present this to the head of our Downtown Management Corporation, but hopefully they're busy working on getting more businesses into our downtown. And I know that we'll undoubtedly have a comment from Commissioner Durkin later on with respect to the onset of the holiday shopping season, which will take place before our next meeting. So stay tuned for that. Next, we are at item 4 on the agenda, which is the segment of the meeting where we entertain comments of a general nature with respect to items not appearing on tonight's agenda. So if anyone has a question or a comment of a general nature with respect to something that is not on our agenda tonight, this would be the time to please come down to the podium, say hello, and we would welcome hearing from you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is George Swimmer. I have an office in a building at 4905 Main Street in Downers Grove, right in the downtown area, and been here for many years, and I think Downers Grove is a great community, and the downtown area is a great place to shop. But that's really not the reason why I got up here today. It's my understanding, and I could be wrong, but Commissioner Olson indicated that $50,000 was budgeted for railroad grade separation in the downtown area, for a study of railroad grade separation in the downtown area. And he indicated that was budgeted about a year ago, last November, I believe. So I'd like to make a couple comments and then kind of ask the council where we're at with that budgeted money. The downtown area is the crossings are dangerous. They're some of the most dangerous crossings in Illinois. Illinois has about 7,800 public grade crossings, and at one time the Fairview crossing, which kind of mirrors the other crossings in Downers Grove, was ranked, I think, number 35 as far as anticipated accidents. its ranking in the state, so it was considered one of the most dangerous. And I heard on the TV tonight, approximately 1,400 rail cars a day travel with oil from the Dakotas to wherever they go. And many of them come through Downers Grove on the BNSF line. And other tragedies have happened where trains hit cars or they hit trucks and there's fires. One in particular was the Bourbon A accident in 1999 where a Amtrak train hit a truck full of steel, and it was a horrible fiery accident, and we don't want anything like that in Downers Grove. There's constantly, like I say, I have an office on Main Street, there's constantly emergency equipment, fire equipment, police cars, but especially ambulances going to Good Sam Hospital. Not only Downers Grove ambulances, but ambulances from other communities, from Darien, from even Westmont, from all the communities south of the tracks that are centered around Main Street, around Highland. They're all using the downtown area. And that miracle hour, that golden hour to get somebody to the hospital so they don't bleed out or they don't have a particular fatal event, a lot of that time is often spent waiting for trains. I know my wife had several emergency situations where she had to go by ambulance to the hospital. Unfortunately, there was no train at the time, but if there would have been a train there, it would have been a real horrific situation for us, for my family. I was involved in the Belmont underpass grade separation, and it took approximately 10 years to get that through, and the cost kept going up and up and up. And the one thing, we got money from a lot of different sources, and one was from the Illinois Commerce Commission, and we got, I believe, around $14 million. And it's kind of in a pecking order. The first ones to request the money to have a plan in place are put on a waiting list. And then the next people are put behind them on the waiting list. And it took us about 5 years, once we were on the waiting list, to get funding for the Belmont underpass. So that's, that's really something. If we're going to do it, let's do it. And if we're not going to do it, let's just say, hey, we don't want it in the village, forget it. We're not going to play games. We're not going to say we budget money and don't spend it. So I'd like to just ask the village council where we're at as far as that budgeted money. Are we going to do anything? And if we're not, let's just say we're not going to do it and get on with our lives. So that's my only comment, my only questions.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Swimmer. We obviously appreciate your passion and persistence on this issue over the years, certainly in the over a decade plus that I've been involved with this council. You've been a constant in that regard. I know our village manager, David Fieldman, can probably provide some update on that. I do know there's a couple of different things that we're planning on looking into, and they may not be great separations, and there may be opportunities to at least allow pedestrians a safer route over the railroad tracks, but I won't speak out of turn. Mr. Fieldman, good evening.
We happened to review the first draft of that study as a staff today, and we are trying to get a public meeting scheduled for the public review of those options and the results of that feasibility study. And we're looking at dates in December or January, and we will make sure Mr. Swimmer and other people are notified of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much for being here. Good evening.
Good evening, I'm Hillary Denk. I'm at 433 Wilson Street in Downers Grove. And I just want to bring something up that has occurred at some other meetings, is the lateness of some of the meetings. The Plan Commission meeting last almost 2 weeks ago went until 12:30 a.m. I was here until 10:30 and I had to leave. I had things to do the next morning and was not able to participate in public comment because of that. And I know under the Open Meetings Act, meetings need to be convenient, and I think that having a meeting going past 10 p.m. at night is convenient for most of your residents, and certainly I can't imagine it's very convenient for you or for your staff. So I would ask that there be a way to look at this issue and find ways to either call special meetings if you have more business to conduct that can be done in 3 hours. Certainly give notice to people, but that would be understandable if you've got an awful lot on your agenda. But I don't think most people are thinking very straight after 10 o'clock at night if they've worked a full day, and I don't think really it's in the best interest of the village to have meetings go past that time frame. maybe start at 6 o'clock, maybe add that additional meeting into the schedule that was taken out several years ago, instead of just having 3 meetings a month. But I just think there's got to be a way to do this so there is actually full participation in meetings in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dankin. That is an issue that came up after a recent Plan Commission meeting. I don't believe that we've had a village council meeting, even after the switch to 3 meetings a month, that has gone anywhere near that late. There have been, they've been few and far between. It occasionally happens at the Plan Commission level, and it is a bit of a challenge, and clearly nobody in the room wants to go that late. Certainly not the Plan Commission members, certainly not the people who came up to share their views, and certainly not staff. I think everyone does the best they can to try to anticipate how long things will go, but sometimes it's difficult. I've been at meetings where there was a packed house and the public comments were 10 minutes. And yet I've been at meetings when there were 3 people in the audience and the public comments were 45 minutes. It really depends on the meeting, and it's hard to tell. And to try to schedule, anticipate that something is going to go long and then bump somebody else off the agenda, and then the meeting doesn't go long, then you're left wondering, well, why are you holding up, moving forward, to bump somebody from a meeting that really could have done business. There are other interests and concerns, timetables that are involved sometimes, and when matters need to be brought before a Plan Commission. I know everyone does the best they can, and certainly when those occasions happen where something goes later than anyone would like, it's unfortunate. We do try to avoid it as much as possible. If it's any consolation, I know there's at least one person in the audience, Mr. Rathje, that will remember with me the days when every Plan Commission meeting went well into the hour, and that was the norm, not the exception. I think the recession we had, I don't think we had Plan Commission meetings because nobody was doing anything, and now we're back to where we're having some projects, which is a good thing for the economy, a good thing for the community, but it's, again, always a challenge to try to regulate and plan and predict how long things are going to go. Certainly your comments are well stated. That is the goal that we strive for, and I know everyone tries to do the best they can to anticipate and predict and not overload anyone's senses for an evening, because we understand that everyone has very, very busy lives and want to try to fit this in. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Tully, Commissioners, staff. I hadn't really thought that I had something off the agenda. I do have a good deal to say about the agenda, but this is a very dear topic to my heart, and I have been going to Plan Commission meetings maybe even longer than you. And I remember a day, I had not complete agreement with Chairman Jurek and Mr. Rathje, but they would, when they saw a house full of participants waiting for the agenda, they would ask, how many are involved in this issue? How many are involved in that issue? Would you mind if we rearrange the agenda so that the agenda that has the most public participation can be the first item? And I would recommend that the staff consider suggesting that to the new chair of the Plan Commission. That was a very helpful procedure, and in this case, since there were relatively few, maybe I, as a public commenter on the second item on the agenda, and a whole audience waiting for the I'm sorry, I was waiting for both items, but most people were waiting for the second item. And I got my oar in early and late. So, but it would help for people who have other appointments if they could be moved up on the agenda of the Plan Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's a good observation. That has in fact been done from time to time. It may be that now there's when some projects come up that look like they have a fair amount of attention from the public, that is certainly an option and a tool available to the chair. We'll make sure that she's aware of that. Commissioner.
Yeah, I have a comment. This was actually a subject matter that I brought up with the manager last week in reference to the time schedule of the public, or the meeting itself at the Plan Commission. I do know that other municipalities do things differently. They have agendas and they set time limits on that. Is there a way that we could at least look at that and entertain the thought? It doesn't necessarily have to be today or tomorrow. It could be after the first of the year to kind of look at and see if what we're doing is the best interest of the community as a whole, especially when there are such hot topics as what we're going to hear about later today. And we know, based on public input, emails we receive, the amount of attention that this will get.
Absolutely, and I would hazard to say that I think staff tries to do that as much as possible, and based on the flow of input in advance of the meeting or interest that's been expressed, to try to gauge. It doesn't always work out perfectly.
No, I understand that.
But I think we do try to do that as much
Because I
as
know
possible.
through communications, the Village of Palatine,
Sure.
they do things a little bit different, and with our manager, former employee there, maybe there's something we could learn or adapt to best practice here.
If there's something we can learn from one of our
Right.
neighbors, obviously, I'm always for that.
Thank you.
Mayor? Not to belabor the topic, but having run a couple of
You
those
realize we're
marathon
making all
meetings.
these good people wait even longer.
I do, I'll keep things brief. The staff does normally do everything it can to divide things up into separate meetings if they see a long agenda coming for the Plan Commission, I think for other commissions as well. And I think it was made somewhat more difficult by the oncoming holidays as well. It's more difficult to hold two meetings in November or in December because you've got Thanksgiving, Christmas, and other things going on, people are traveling. So I think this is much more the exception than the rule, because staff does do a fairly good job at managing the agenda length. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments of a general nature from anyone in the audience? Questions or comments with respect to items not on tonight's agenda? Then thank you for the comments that you did share with us. That brings us to item 5, council member reports. This is an opportunity for members of the council to share items of interest with those who are here or watching at home with respect to goings-on in the community or otherwise. Given that we do have a good crowd tonight, I know Commissioner Neustadt, this is the reason why this item got moved up from the very end, but I would also encourage everyone to follow that modicum of brevity as wit. And with that, Commissioner Jose.
You throw it right back to me. Thanks, Mayor. Just real quick, we've got a lot of things going on in downtown Downers Grove. I don't want to repeat anything that I know a couple of my colleagues will be talking about, but there are a lot of great goings on. I hope you come downtown. You can find them all at downtowndg.org, and I hope everybody has a happy Thanksgiving. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Rankin.
Our school is doing an effort to gather food for families at Thanksgiving. If an organization you're involved with isn't having an effort like that, I know that the People Resource Center is always looking for donations of money at this time of year to provide meals for Thanksgiving, as well as the fish pantry. So you can Google them and look them up online. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Barnett?
No report, Mayor.
Well done. Commissioner Olson?
One item, Bonfield Express 5K is coming up Thanksgiving morning, November 27th at 8:30 a.m.
8 hours, 8 days, 13 hours, and 10 minutes.
Yes, it's another great event. It's in our downtown, around the downtown area, great 5K race. Online registration runs until November 21st, I believe that is Friday at 10 o'clock in the evening. And it's only $25. I think that's one of the cheapest 5Ks around, and I think they advertise it as the least expensive 5K on Thanksgiving Day. So it's a great event for the community, supports scholarships in Downers Grove, and so I encourage everyone to come out Thanksgiving morning for a brisk run before you get into the Thanksgiving festivities. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Durkin?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple things. I want to wish everyone a very happy Thanksgiving. If you're traveling, safe travels to you. If you are entertaining, which I'm sure many of you are, there are only 5 weekends left until Christmas, the holiday. So if you can and you find it in the need to get out and do some last-minute shopping, please remember Downers Grove businesses. I know we had the proclamation supporting them, but every tax dollar that we collect from you and your sales helps us with our operations of our budget. And with that, we can't encourage you enough to please shop in Downers Grove. And a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Neustadt?
Thank you, Mayor. 2 quick things. Commissioner Jose alluded to some of them, but the holiday happenings start this Friday, next Friday, November 28th, in downtown Downers Grove with the Village Tree Lighting Ceremony. My colleagues and I will be there to watch the mayor push the button to light the holiday tree. It's a great event with lots of kids, lots of singing, lots of joy for the season. That's just day 1 of the Downtown Management Gingerbread Festival. You can check out the website that Commissioner Jose talked about, or you could stay connected with your village, and this is where the plug comes in for a full house tonight. On our website, downers.us, there's a couple of very important links that you can connect with your village to get information about holiday happenings and things happening in our village. Right on the front page, we've got about 5 or 6 things that are really important to our community. You can also find information on how to be connected with the village with our community-wide notification, Hometown Times, Village Corner, and of course our social media outlets, our Facebook page, Twitter, and even our YouTube channel. So lots of great information and communication there from the Village of Downers Grove. Thank you, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just a couple quick things. First of all, I believe it's the November 29th, the Saturday after Thanksgiving, our very own Muriel Anderson will be doing her traditional annual after Thanksgiving concert on November 29th. I believe it starts at 8 o'clock p.m. It will be held at the auditorium at Downers Grove North. If anyone is interested in going to that concert, she always puts on a fantastic performance. Information is available at murielanderson.com. That has also become a true tradition here for Thanksgiving weekend at Downers Grove. Speaking of the tree lighting ceremony, I mentioned this after last year's tree lighting ceremony, but the time is posted at 4:30 p.m. I want to make sure that the tree actually gets lit at the advertised time, and that means that Santa shows up when we expect him to. We had a little bit of an issue last year where there was some confusion as to when the button was supposed to be pushed, and there were some people that arrived too late to witness it, and we certainly don't want to disappoint any kids again. So let's make sure that we coordinate with downtown management and the fine District 99 marching band, as well as St. Nicholas himself, to make sure that everything happens at the appointed time and place.
Got a little mix up with the time change from the North Pole last year, and this year we will,
I figured as much. It's that whole daylight saving time in the North Pole, it just doesn't work out very well. Thank you. We did hear from some people about that last year. And then I too want to wish everyone a very safe and happy Thanksgiving. Very good. Then we will move to item number 6, public hearings. We have no public hearings tonight, so we will go right to item 7, our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from any members of the audience with respect to any of the items that are on tonight's consent agenda? Questions or comments from members of the village council with respect to any items on the consent agenda? Hearing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Neustadt?
Aye.
Commissioner Durkin?
Aye.
Commissioner Jose?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Rankin?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnett?
Aye.
Mayor Tully?
Aye, the consent agenda passes unanimously. That brings us to item 8 on our agenda, which is our active agenda. We have a number of items on our active agenda tonight, items 8A through F as in Frank. Beginning with 8A, do I have a motion to adopt an ordinance approving a plan development amendment to plan development number 44, Butterfield Square Shopping Center, to permit a 990 square foot sign package at 1021 Butterfield Drive?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions or comments from members of the audience? Questions or comments from members of the village council? May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Neustadt?
Aye.
Commissioner Durkin?
Aye.
Commissioner Jose?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Rankin?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnett?
Aye.
Mayor Tully?
Aye, matter passes unanimously. That brings us to item 8B as in boy. Do I have a motion to adopt an ordinance approving a First Amendment to an economic incentive agreement with Art Van Furniture Midwest LLC?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions from members of the audience on this item? Questions or comments from members of the village council? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Durkin?
Aye.
Commissioner Neustadt?
Aye.
Commissioner Jose?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Rankin?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnett?
Aye.
Mayor Tully?
Aye, that matter also passes unanimously and brings us to item 8C as in Charlie. Do I have a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing a subdivision improvement agreement with Downers Grove TPM Real Estate LLC?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from members of the audience with respect to this matter? Questions or comments from any members of the village council? I'll just add my thanks to everyone who worked very hard to try to address a lot of the different issues that were raised by the neighbors. I think it was a good collaborative effort between the neighborhood, the petitioner, and our own staff. So thank you on behalf of the council for that. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Neustadt?
Aye.
Commissioner Durkin?
Aye.
Commissioner Jose?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Rankin?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnett?
Aye.
Mayor Tully?
Aye. The matter passes unanimously. It brings us to item 8D as in David. Do I have a motion to adopt an ordinance proposing establishment of special service area number 8, Nelson Meadows Subdivision?
So moved.
Second.
Any Any questions or comments from any members of the audience on this item? Questions or comments from members of the village council? May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Durkin?
Aye.
Commissioner Newstead?
Aye.
Commissioner Jose?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Rankin?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnett?
Aye.
Mayor Tully?
Aye, that matter passes unanimously. Brings us to item 8E as in Edward. Do I have a motion to adopt an ordinance establishing special service area number 7 in the village of Downers Grove?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions or comments from members of the audience? Questions or comments from members of the village council? May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Newstead?
Aye.
Commissioner Durkin?
Aye.
Commissioner Jose?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Rankin?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnett?
Aye.
Mayor Tully?
Aye, that matter also passes unanimously and brings us to item 8F as in Frank. Do I have a motion to adopt an ordinance authorizing an addendum to mutual aid box alarm system agreement
So
as
moved.
presented?
Second.
Any questions or comments from members of the audience? Questions or comments from members of the village council? May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Durkin?
Aye.
Commissioner Newstead?
Aye.
Commissioner Jose?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Rankin?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnett?
Aye.
Mayor Tully?
Aye. Thank you. That item also passes unanimously and brings us to the end of our active agenda. That brings us to item 9 on our agenda, which is our first reading or workshop portion of our meeting where we entertain items for discussion purposes only. Traditionally, village staff will present these items for conversation and discussion. There will be no vote taken on these items tonight. We have 6 different items under our first reading or workshop agenda tonight. And so as indicated, as we traditionally do, I'll ask our village manager, David Fieldman, to arrange for the introduction of the items. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Tully. The first item for consideration is an ordinance authorizing a special use to permit a residential condominium development at 936 and 942 Maple Avenue. And here to present background information on this petition is our planning manager, Stan Popovich.
Good evening, Mr. Popovich.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Mr. Fieldman. As Mr. Fieldman noted, this is a request for a special use for residential condominium located at 936, 942 Maple Avenue. Before we get into specifically the project itself, I'd like to go over what a special use is and what a special use is not. To review what a special use is a use that may be allowed in the subject zoning district if approved in accordance with special use procedures and compliance with other applicable regulations of the zoning district which the special use is located in. The special use approval process is a transparent public review process for land uses that, because of their widely varying design and operational characteristics, require case-by-case review to determine whether they will be compatible with surrounding uses and development patterns. There are 3 standards when we review a special use. They're listed in section 12.050 of the zoning ordinance. The 3 standards are listed here. The first standard is if the special use is expressly authorized in the zoning district. That's generally found in our table on section 5 in the zoning ordinance. And then the second one is whether the proposed use at the proposed location is necessary or desirable to provide a service or facility that is in the interest of public convenience and will contribute to the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. And the third one is the proposed use will not be detrimental to the health, safety, or general welfare of persons residing or working in the vicinity or be injurious to property values or improvements in the vicinity. If the standards are met, then the special use is granted. So those are the 3 standards that we review as a staff. What a special use is not, just to clarify that, special use is not a variation. As noted when I talked about what a special use was, the development must meet the bulk requirements in the zoning district. In this particular petition, the zoning district is the DB, the Downtown Business Zoning District. So the petitioner is required to meet the setback, density, height, and other bulk regulations as listed in the zoning ordinance. Additionally, the special use is not a rezoning. In this case, the zoning is a downtown business zoning classification. There's no proposed zoning ordinance or zoning map change to any other district. This is in a DB district and will remain a DB district. Now to talk a little bit more particulars about the subject property. Subject property is shown here in blue. It's at 936, 942 Maple on the north side of Maple Avenue, approximately equidistant between Main Street and Washington Street. We'll show an aerial here of the location. The house on the top is a commercial structure that is at 942 Maple Avenue, And the house at the bottom is a residential structure, a residential use at 936 Maple Avenue. The two structures are non-conforming, as noted in some council responses that were sent out this afternoon. The proposal is to construct a 55-unit condominium building at the location. The building would be 5 stories in height. It would include 2 and 3 bedroom units with a parking deck located on the first floor, one level of parking. Additionally, on the first floor will be resident amenities closer to Maple Avenue, which include a fitness room, a club room, and then also a terrace on the front of the building as well. Condominiums will be located on floors 2 through 5, and then there's a portion of the parking deck that is exposed, and it's one level, and there's proposed to be a green roof over the top of that. We've got a little video here. Staff typically creates these things, but in this case, the petitioner did all the heavy lifting here. I just put it together in a movie. So we're looking northwest here, and we'll zoom around the building a little bit to look at the building. We'll do 2 flyovers. So this is again looking northeast, and then we go back to the empty lot near Subway, around the village's parking deck here. So you can see the size and scale of it and how it relates to the other properties here. This is zooming down into a street view of the property off of Maple Avenue, and then going around here to the west, looking back east. And one last stop here, the next one, then we'll be all finished with the video here. So that shows you a little 3D graphic representation. There's a lot of detailing on this model that the applicant put in there, so we're grateful to have a good model like that. The building will be clad primarily with gray brick and gray precast concrete panels. As shown here, there's a porte cochere, which is where the cars will drive under to get into the parking deck, and then the tower element at the southeast corner of the proposed project. I'd like to point out a couple of things on the site plan here. There's a loading area proposed off of Maple Avenue. This will help with deliveries, FedEx, UPS. There's a recent article in the Chicago Tribune that noted how condominiums have a lot of deliveries as people buy more and more stuff online, that more packages are arriving via FedEx. I'm assuming drones will start delivering stuff soon too.
You used a drone to take that video, right?
Yeah, I did. So this will help out with some of the loading areas for FedEx to drop in, drop off if you're dropping off a friend or picking up a friend from this location too. It'll be strictly a 15-minute time period here where no long-term parking will be provided. Additionally, there's heavy landscaping around. There's a couple of amenities. There's a grilling area and a seating area off maybe the east side of the building in this location here. And again, the cars would drive underneath the porte cochere and enter the parking deck here. It's a little shaded here, but then the amenities are up in the front here. This is in the downtown business zoning district, and as such, it has to meet the downtown design guidelines. The design guidelines really place the building into 3 sort of locations: the base, the middle, and the top. They talk about key components of those design guidelines to create a good building. The base obviously adheres the first 2 floors. There's visual interest with some awnings. There's a horizontal expression across a band of concrete panels there. And then additionally, just the arch is a little bit of an interest in the awning as well over the front entrance there. The middle, which is the floors 3 through 5 here, generally needs to be in rhythm with the base. I think there's a good rhythm with windows, openings, and then the tower element on the right side of this graphic here. The open and protruding decks and gives some good masses and voids in the building facade. And then in terms of the top of the building, the cornice here with the railing details, and then again the tower with the protruding roof really adds some distinction to the building, which is called for in the downtown design guidelines. So we believe that this meets the intent of the downtown design guidelines. With regard to the comprehensive plan, there's some high-density transit-oriented development that is being called for at this location in downtown in the comprehensive plan. The property as proposed is near the downtown metro station. It's within generally our look to have where people will walk to and how far they'll walk. This falls within that radius. Additionally, the comprehensive plan calls for multifamily near activity centers. This is located near the downtown activity center. It'll bring more people downtown that live there to shop downtown, as we've spoken about earlier tonight as well. It does provide a diversity of housing types, sizes, and prices. The comprehensive plan also notes redevelopment is vital for reinvestment in the downtown business district. This is Zone DB. It is an underutilized commercial property, and it's an underutilized residential property. This property has been zoned a DB for some time. And additionally, as I just pointed out, we believe it's a high-quality architectural design. It's a good-looking building. It'll benefit the downtown business and the architectural style of the village. With regard to zoning ordinance compliance, the proposal meets all of the block requirements. As this is the new zoning ordinance, there's a build-to zone, there's a minimum and maximum height requirements, so those are met as well, as noted in staff's report to the Plan Commission. With regard to the subdivision ordinance, they will have to complete administrative lot consolidation, and they will be providing park and school donations as required as well. There were some concerns brought up by staff about traffic along Maple Avenue. The petitioner did prepare a traffic impact study. There's a slight increase, about a 1% increase at the intersections of Main and Maple and Main and Washington, or Maple and Washington, excuse me. That will be due to the development, but primarily the increase in traffic. It really has to do with a neighborhood traffic study that was completed in 2011 for the area just south of here. They called for improvements at Webster and 55th and Washington and 55th. They think with some of those restrictions that are proposed, that'll drive more traffic onto Maple, which will increase traffic. So that's how they saw an increase in traffic, and it's primarily due to those improvements at 55th, along 55th Street, which will be discussed here in the upcoming future. With regard to the special use standards, all the standards have been met. We went over them earlier, what they're required to do. It is an authorized special use, the multifamily proposal. It is desirable in the downtown district according to the comprehensive plan and those guidelines and those goals, and will not be detrimental to the general welfare of people residing or working in the neighborhood. So staff believes all three of those standards are met, and Plan Commission recommended it positively to the Village Council at a 7-0 vote at their last meeting. At this time, the developer's here to answer any questions, and if there's any questions staff can answer, I'd be willing to answer those for you too as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Let me just ask, and there's no obligation, if the petitioner wants to add anything at this point in time or would prefer to wait until after we entertain questions and comments from the audience as well as the Village Council. That's entirely up to you.
For the record, David Sasson on behalf of the petitioner. I think for the interest of time, we certainly concur in the presentation, and let's let our neighbors speak, and then I'll be happy to address those issues and make some comments based on that.
Very well. Before I open it up for questions and comments from the audience, did any members of the Village Council have any questions specifically of the department with respect to his presentation? Commissioner Jose?
Thanks, Mayor. I've got one. You mentioned that it's been zoned DB for some time. If I remember the council response, that was 2005, and it was B2 before that. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that goes back into the 1960s. I don't expect you to have instant recall of something that was passed back before you were born, but B2 now includes condos and apartments as a permitted use. I'm wondering if we know offhand whether that was the same in the old ordinance.
I have not looked into that question, but I could find that information and get that to you.
Great, thank you.
You consult with our zoning historian and let you know.
Sounds good.
Just very quickly.
He happens to be sitting in the front row.
He happens to be sitting in the front row. That wasn't it.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ken Rafchi. I have a long checkered history with the Village of Downers Grove.
I was going to say striped.
I know where a lot of skeletons are buried. The downtown area was zoned for business back in 1927 with just I think it was just a B zoning district. I don't think it went quite to Maple Avenue, but in 1965, when the comprehensive rezoning took place, the zoning did go all the way to Maple Avenue. My recollection was that multifamily changed during the life of the B2 zoning district. I believe, and I can't absolutely guarantee I know this one, but I believe it was a permitted use in the very early years, but later became a special use. So near the end of its life in the B2 zoning district, multifamily was definitely a permitted use. I'm sorry, definitely an authorized special use.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Rathke.
You're very welcome.
I would like to wait to ask questions
Sure.
until we hear.
I just want to make sure if somebody wanted some clarification on something Mr. Popovich said, I want to give you the opportunity, but obviously we will have questions and comments as time goes on. With that, then, I'd like to open up the floor for questions and comments from any members of the audience with respect to this item. Protocol is to please come down to the podium so that not only we can hear you, but the folks at home can hear you. Let us know who you are, and we welcome hearing from you. Good evening.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Denise Lazar. I'm a property owner at 808 Maple Avenue, and my husband and I have lived here and owned that home for 8 years. I am in favor of growing a more vibrant downtown district, and I am in favor of property rights. And I'm in favor of this owner's property rights to do with its own property as the laws allow. The plans are consistent with zoning. The developer has addressed the village's concern. It's a high-end development. It increases the tax revenues, and it's a much-needed boost to downtown businesses. Many of the comments that were made by the council were getting people downtown to shop. I happen to live close enough that we do that very frequently, and having another 55 families who can also do that is very helpful to our restaurants and our small businesses that frequently have difficulty keeping their doors open. I favor this development, and despite what I believe you may hear tonight from some of my neighbors, I believe that most residents of Downers Grove favor it as well. The people organizing tonight's protest are the very same people who are trying to force a historic district on myself and the other neighbors of Maple Avenue, against the wishes of the neighborhood. They're tenacious, they're well organized, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the democratic process, that we can have vibrant debate and we can disagree about things. But this is, you probably won't hear from anybody else like me who's in favor of property rights, but you shouldn't have to. The ordinances favor this development, the law is on our side. The people who favor development in our town shouldn't have to be here to talk. No one other than the property owner has put their money where their mouth is. No one else has made an offer on this building. No one has petitioned the village to buy it. There have been no efforts to change the zoning. There's been no reasonable alternative proposed for this property. No, there's been no effort to raise money to move this home by anyone who's protesting the removal or the use, this use. And so I would ask that the village council would, I realize you're not voting tonight, but in case I can't be here when you do vote, I would ask that you would approve it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Lazar. And just on that point, our next meeting is on December 4th. That would be the earliest, I'm sorry. Why did I have that date in my mind?
Because
That's the other meeting, that's the town hall meeting, that's the Thursday.
That's why I have that date in my mind. Different meeting, different topic. So to clarify, the earliest we would vote on this would be Tuesday, December 6th. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tom Weiler. I live at 709 Maple Avenue. First of all, I'd like to say that while I'm in favor of preserving our historic properties, this really, for me, is more of an issue of what's suitable for that part of Maple Avenue. And while I would love to see that home preserved or moved to another lot if possible, my real opposition is to the fact that the developers are going to impose this structure that looms over every other property on Maple Avenue, along Maple Avenue, where there's nothing else like it, between Fairview on the east, all the way down to Avery Coonley on the west. There's nothing of this size or character along Maple Avenue. And this is absolutely, totally out of character with the surrounding neighborhood, and I don't believe it fits. And I also don't believe that the criteria under the zoning ordinance have been met. The petitioner has the burden of proving each of the criteria, that each of the criteria have been met. And I in particular do not believe that item number 2 has been met. They have not shown that the proposed location is desirable to provide a facility that is in the interest of public convenience and will contribute to the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. Aside from my neighbor who just spoke before me, I don't believe that there is a single resident that lives along Maple Avenue or lives in the neighborhood, at least that was here, that believes that this structure is desirable for this neighborhood or the community. We packed the Plan Commission meeting the last time it was here. And while Mr. Sossin commented on the fact that there was only a few residents that were here in opposition, we had quite a few. But Mr. Sossin bears the burden of proving each of these criteria. And Mr. Sossin did not bring a single resident of the 49,000 residents that he commented on who said that it was desirable for the community or the neighborhood. Not a single person. I don't believe that they've proven, and they certainly haven't submitted evidence, which is what the ordinance requires, to show that this is a desirable facility in the interest of public convenience and will contribute to the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. It hasn't been met. I agree that it's desirable to have more development in appropriate areas. The problem is, I don't believe that this is an appropriate area. We've got an unfinished condominium project on the north side of the tracks. There are other areas in the village where I think it is more appropriate for a structure of this type. In the comprehensive plan at page 114, there's a reference to catalyst sites. And I think this is part of, well, there's a parcel or point number 15 and 16, which I think is where the subway is or the medical building. It said that that's an underutilized plot of land in the downtown area. That, I think, would be an appropriate area for a structure of this type, because you've got all the other businesses that are already there right up to the sidewalk. There are multi-level structures that are there already. You won't have the impact that you would have on Maple Avenue, where this is a residential looking area. That particular stretch may no longer be residential, but they are still converted residences, which is another thing that the comprehensive plan comments upon. At page 56 of the comprehensive plan, it says offices and converted houses provide an important transition area between the commercial activities of downtown and nearby residential areas and should remain. And that's exactly what this current structure does. It provides transition between the adjacent residential areas. You've got similar looking residential type structures all along Maple Avenue. There's not a single other structure that will look like what the petitioners have proposed. I think if you look at the slide that Mr. Popovich had up there that showed how this structure looks when compared to all the other properties around it, it just looms there. There's nothing like it. It looms over the Seavers building. It certainly looms over the King's residence to the west. It looms over the Schultz-Brundage building to the east. It's even taller than the parking garage structure. It's significantly taller than the parking garage structure when you take into account their HVAC stack on above the porte cochere. So I don't believe that this structure meets the criteria. I don't believe that the petitioner has presented the evidence that it's needed and desirable. It's certainly not desired by the majority, the vast majority of the residents in Downers Grove. I would venture to say that of the people that are here to comment, you probably won't find another person that thinks that this is desirable in that particular area. So for those reasons, I would oppose it. I think that there are better places to put a structure like that. I think the comprehensive plan favors keeping structures like that out of the area where they're proposing to put it, because it certainly does not provide a transition to the residential areas. And for all of those reasons, I oppose it and believe that it should not be approved by this council.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Waller.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Hi, my name is Joel Berger. I live right down the street at Washington and Randall. I've been a resident of Downers for 8 years now. So I thank everyone for their time and their interest in being here. I'd like to start by just thanking, actually everybody, my neighbors that just spoke. I had the pleasure of meeting Tom and his team in terms of really spearheading this effort, which to me, being kind of a neophyte in local government politics, to me this is very exciting that people are passionate about their community, that they're willing to take their time and their effort to rally around causes they believe in on both sides. And I think Tom has done a wonderful job of kind of articulating their initial desire for the historic district, why it didn't work, why it was too quick, because you can certainly understand property owners' rights and why people are opposed to that. So I think that it's a great place to start. Also that, just looking at the agenda and having faith in our elected officials, that there's concerns that were voiced initially, everything was responded to. Maybe not everybody agrees with the result of house studies, but at least there were parking studies done, there were zoning requirements, so that at least we can have some faith in our elected officials, which is positive. I guess my belief, or really are more questions, because I work in commercial real estate for a living. I do a lot of development, a lot of office, major office leasing, so I've worked with some of the biggest landlords, the biggest developers in the world. And what I'm curious about, and I'd love comments when I'm done, but why is there only one design feature? Because in any development I've ever worked on, any build-out I've ever worked on, whether you're designing a restaurant, a commercial space, a bank, there's always 5 or 6 designs. So I think that's really what my guess is so much of the emotion comes down to is, when you phrase questions different ways, you get different answers. If you say, do you want to tear down a beautiful historic building? Well, people will say no. But to my first neighbor's point, you say, I want to tear down a building that's vacant, that nobody has plans for, that's kind of languishing there in lieu of new economic development, bring more residents downtown, it's better tax bases, all of the great things involved with development. Well, how can you say no to that? So really, I think what so much of this comes down to is design. So I guess the first question would be, have there been multiple design renderings done? Because the beauty of technology in my industry is the renderings that the developer has shown, those are much easier to come up with than they were before. And so in terms of moving forward, if we're going to encourage new development, how can we as a community embrace the development together? So it's not this, we think it's a good design. Well, have we engaged local architects, designers to get their ideas? If you look at other suburban downtowns, Arlington Heights is a beautiful building with a clock tower and a very classic look. Oak Park, Hinsdale, Evanston. There's any number of suburban municipalities that with their new development have gone with a very classical, very beautiful look, which granted, it's a nice looking rendering, but why can't we see 4 or 5? Maybe we could add a clock tower. Maybe we could add, engage the local community to get ideas to maybe tie in some historic pieces. So those would be the questions I have in terms of, supporting both the desire, because I live right around the corner. Nobody wants just a giant, ugly brick vanilla building. But I want economic development. I want tax growth. I want more residents in my neighborhood. But why can't we have options? Why can't we embrace it as a community to say, here's the 5 initial options, we pared it down to 3, and we're going to have a vote, and we engage some local developers, local artists, local designers, and here's some different design features to kind of tie in the historic look, because there's just, to me, the rendering just looks like another vanilla suburban building with no real, timeless value to it. Where certainly because of the location and, it's such a prominent location. So there's all the design and all the zoning features which have been met, which are great. But again, just, why can't we look at other buildings? Why can't we engage other developers, even if it's just as a pro bono basis, saying, hey, you guys have designed historic buildings, what do you think? Do you have design features that could work? And, as long as it works with the developer, that would be my question as a resident of, can we see more options? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berger, for your comments. Just on that note, there was mention earlier about the issue of compliance with the downtown design guidelines, which do exist. I know that just from my experience, a lot of what you're referring to happens in situations where the village is not the petitioner, the proponent, or the partner in the project, whether it's Acadia on the Green or some of the other things that we've done, where we have a much bigger role in what it will look like because it's really a community project. That being said, we have had projects before where as a condition of the special use, there are certain conditions that are put on a project. So to some degree, there's a possibility of that. I don't know if quite to the extent that you described in a purely private petitioner setting, but there are some things that can be done. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. We're Bob and Linda King. We live at 946 Maple, immediately abutting the 942 property on the west. Bob is legally blind, so he's asked me to speak for both of us tonight. We'll let others speak to some of the issues that we don't feel qualified to address, but we're uniquely qualified to speak to one, and that is the neighborhood, the feel of the street. We've lived in our home for over 50 years. Our home was, in fact, zoned for business when we bought it 50 years ago, so I'm not sure how that fits in with your discussions about the zoning, business zoning. In fact, the whole block was. So it's been no surprise to us over the years to see much change, with some private homes being demolished and some being used for business. Change isn't bad in itself. But Bob and I have been talking a good deal lately about the Seavers office building just west of us at 1000 Maple. When it was built approximately 25 years ago, we weren't at all upset, and we've decided that the difference, quite apart from the potential loss of a historic property here, is in the scale. Ron Seavers designed and built a building that fit into the neighborhood. It's large without towering over everything around it, and it's designed to fit into the feel of the street. He respected Maple Avenue and Downers Grove, and he built with that respect in mind. This proposed complex will dominate the whole street, and not necessarily in a positive way. We feel that the negatives will far outweigh any perceived positives. We strongly urge you to not allow this condominium complex to be built on Maple Avenue, particularly not at this location.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. King. Appreciate your comments, and thank you for being here tonight. Good evening again, Dr. Goodman.
Good evening again, Mayor Tully and commissioners, staff. I'm Gordon Goodman. I live at 5834 Midoff, and I have double duty today because Ken Lerner, who is the chair of Pierce Downers Heritage Alliance, has business travel for Argonne National Laboratory this week, and he can't be here to present his comments. I know that he provided an advance copy by email to the staff and you, and I have a printed copy that I'll provide for the record today. I also have some slides that can help us to go through his comments, and then at the end I have comments of my own. If you indulge me, I could sit down and let somebody else stand up after I summarize Mr. Lerner's comments, or I could continue. Let me know at the appropriate time.
thank you for that. We'll gauge the room at the appropriate time.
Right. So, thank you, Mr. Baker. Yes, this will help me move along. Once I figure out how to do it. That one, okay. So this is a table of contents of the remarks that Mr. Lerner has prepared for you. His first point is that there's a great deal of judgment in deciding whether the special use permit conditions have been met. Many of them are relatively qualitative conditions, such as is a mixed use, one where there is a private health club and party room on the first floor, or is it a building where there's a commercial, publicly available establishment on the first floor? These are questions that your staff has given its judgment about, and now you're going to be asked to give your judgment, because that's one of the features that is claimed for this. This is a mixed use. The comprehensive plan suggests that in our downtown area, mixed uses are the most appropriate. So things like this all along the way through deciding about this special use are going to be judgment calls on your part. I guess Mr. Lerner gives more detail in his statement, but he then turns to the next thing, which is the zoning code and policy criteria, and your staff, Stan Popovich, has summarized those already, so I don't have to name the three criteria, but Mr. Lerner's next point is that the project is not consistent with the comprehensive plan, and in particular, he points out that the comprehensive plan intends that the vibrancy and importance of the downtown area should be preserved, and that it should be the primary pedestrian accessible commercial area throughout town. And the developments which are recommended in that area are ones that support pedestrian activities. We've seen the facade of this with a small strip for cars to pull off Maple Avenue and a very restricted walkway, a sidewalk that is much less generous than anywhere else along Maple Avenue. This is certainly not a pedestrian-friendly area. It's now very pedestrian-friendly. After this building would be built, it would lose those qualities. And so there are various features of the comprehensive plan. I won't go through enumerating them, but I'm very unhappy about the way your staff evaluated the ability of this building to satisfy those recommendations of the comprehensive plan. And Mr. Lerner's testimony, which I believe you and your staff should study carefully, analyzes them point by point. The next point is in terms of residential development in this area. There are provisions for residential development, but again, it should be a mixed use. Residential development, and it should be one that doesn't conflict with the function of the neighborhood as it is now. The fourth point that he makes is that the project does not meet the second criteria, which is that the proposed use at the proposed location is necessary and desirable to provide a service or facility that's in the interest of public convenience and will contribute to the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. And again, he gives several pages of detail of why this is not appropriate and points out the half-completed or not started, already authorized multifamily projects that are already underway, as an example that at this time, it's certainly not new construction that the community is crying out for. And now the next point is that it does not meet criterion number 3, which is that the proposed use will not in the particular case be detrimental to health, safety, and general welfare of persons residing or working in the vicinity, injurious to property values or improvements in the vicinity. And we'll have quite a good deal of testimony today about how the people who live in the area feel. At the Plan Commission meeting, the petitioner brought forth a real estate analyst. The real estate analyst waved his arms a lot. He gave us no study, no numbers to indicate that he had actually valid data that shows that the property values won't be adversely affected. As I recall, his comments were, well, it may go down at first, but then it'll come up again. It was not expert testimony, but I think the people who come to you will explain what they believe the effect will be on their property values, and their opinion probably is just as valid as the hand-waving that was done before the Plan Commission. The principal reason why this will have an adverse effect has already been brought to your attention. It's the incompatible size and the way this just doesn't fit into the neighborhood. In the back of Mr. Lerner's testimony, he put together a figure which shows what's called the massing study of the development, which is called the Marquee on Maple, and compares it with the left-hand figure below it, which is the Seaver building that the Kings had been explaining does seem appropriate to the neighborhood. And on the other side of the street, you have buildings that also are appropriate to the neighborhood. The Lincoln Center is the one that's pictured at the bottom. And you can see that the neighborhood in general is complex and of a certain scale, where this will not be at all of that scale. The house in particular that we're talking about, the Edwards house, is shown with both a front view and a rear view. A view from the porch looking at the very old oak tree in front, and then, since it's been vacant for a while, an interior view that shows the interior appearance. And here are 4 more interior views. It isn't dilapidated or run down. These are pictures which were taken in the last couple months through the courtesy of the real estate agent who showed the house to people trying to prepare testimony for you. And so it is in a reasonably good shape. And this would be a very severe loss to the historic character of Maple Avenue to lose this house. That's another one of the points that Mr. Lerner makes, that the project erodes the historic character of the, and finally, he points out that this is much less suitable than allowing this house to be changed but still used as a residential converted office. At the hearings or public meetings that were held to explain the significance of a historic district, which I know many of you council members attended, an architect, Douglas Gilbert from Oak Park, who has previously chaired their Historic Preservation Committee and worked on redevelopment of historic properties in their historic districts, showed how in back of a building like this with a very deep lot, much could be built to augment the function of the building but preserve the street front appearance. And so there are redevelopment potentials here, and one of the later witnesses will explain how this house was marketed or not marketed for anything but a vacant property with 2 outbuildings on it, which seems to me a very perverse treatment of this property. So the last point I want to make is that this is a linchpin at the far west end of the historic Maple Avenue area. In 2013, you accepted a historic survey report which used this figure to represent its findings. The darker green, the darker blue are the significant historic structures, including this one. The lighter blue are contributing historic structures, and then the ones that are white don't have historic significance. But here is a potential for having a very, very great amount of the character of Downers Grove destroyed by approving this kind of a development in this spot. Now, my ideas are that we should look more carefully at the comprehensive plan, and in particular, what it says about the downtown area. Shall I continue?
Actually, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to pause. Since we're going about 10 minutes, if you wouldn't mind, I know I can see there are other people who would like to speak. I would appreciate it, Dr. Goodman, perhaps if we could just take a commercial break with respect to switching between Mr. Lerner's comments, which are very detailed. I was just thinking that in the 12 years that I've served in the village council, I don't think I've ever seen comments with a table of contents. Very well organized and put together, so that'll make it very easy to understand. But in deference to some of our neighbors here tonight who may want to speak in the interim, may I ask that just pause and then return with your comments?
Glad to return later.
I appreciate your accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also find that typically when you mix up speakers in any presentation, it can be more effective and engaging for the audience. So that's a public speaking tip that I'll offer you for free.
Council.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, George Swimmer. I have a building at 4905 Main Street, which is a business and an apartment unit. So I'm part of the downtown business district. And the articulate speakers before me, I give them a lot of credit for coming up and saying what they had to say, either pro or against the project. And to be honest with you, I'm neither pro or against it right now. I just don't know that much about it. What I do know about, though, is the downtown business district. And I do have one question, and I'm going to make some comments. Will the real estate taxes that would be paid on these condos help support the TIF district, or will they be excluded from the TIF district? I know that was a controversy when the TIF district first began. As far as downtown shopping in Downers Grove, when the Lakota plan came out years ago, we were sold, and I'll say we were sold a bill of goods that when people moved into these condos that were being built throughout the community, the downtown shopping would explode. Well, we're almost back to where we were 25 years ago where almost every other store is vacant. We're not quite at that point yet, but we're almost at that point. So condos and downtown businesses, unless you have a restaurant, and then it might support a restaurant, but as far as retail, it's just about gone in downtown Downers Grove. I mean, we have a few little gift stores. Linda Kunze, God bless her, she's doing everything she can to keep these businesses in place. But if you're not making any money and you're paying high rents because your real estate taxes are so high being paid by your landlord or yourself if you own the building that you just can't support a business, you might as well throw in the towel. So to say that this project is going to benefit the downtown businesses, it may, but it may support some of the businesses a little bit, but a lot of the businesses it won't support at all. And the gentleman talked about, on Warren Avenue, about the condos being built there and being vacant. I mean, they're not even being built. We have concrete and like sewer pipes coming up in the air, and it's been that way for 4 or 5 years now. And when they did build the condos over there, I think there's still a lot of them still vacant over there. As far as history, I mean, once it's gone, it's no longer history. So, I mean, some of these buildings, they're precious to a lot of us. Not necessarily me, but a lot of the property owners in the area. So, again, I'm neither for or against it. I mean, I like the property values to go up. They've been constantly going down. My real estate taxes have been going up. So I would like the property values to go up, but I don't know if this is the solution. So anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Swimmer. Thank you for your comments.
Could we have the question answered, whether it's in the TIF district?
Yes, we can.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Good evening, Hillary
Welcome back.
Dank, 433 Wilson Street. 10 days ago, on behalf of the Pierce Downer Heritage Alliance and with the assistance of a number of other residents, I started a petition on change.org that states, the title is Deny the Special Use Permit for the Maple Avenue Condo Development. We, residents and business owners of the Village of Downers Grove, care deeply about the character, history, and beauty of our community, and we support development that meets the village criteria designed to set our village apart as a unique place to work, live, and raise our families. The proposed 55-unit condo development should be denied a special use permit because the project does not meet the adopted criteria in the village's comprehensive plan and also in the special use portion of the zoning, which is not in the petition, but I believe that as well, and will have a negative impact on those living near the development and our entire community. Over 500 people signed the petition, 95% living in DG, and the rest connected with their community in some way, and they identify that often in their comments. We expect more people to support this petition as the issue is discussed in the community, and as those signatures are recorded by email to Mayor Tully, I request that they also be submitted for consideration before your vote on December 2nd. I'm going to present tonight the signatures for the record. And the comments as well. And ask that you please read all of them and take them into consideration. You'll find that the comments vary greatly, but the general thoughts are this. They're concerned about the historic character of this area. Many are very concerned about this particular residence and what will happen to it. But many, the majority, do not believe that this particular development fits in this area and does not meet the special use requirements, and that it's a detriment to our village. And just as a personal note, I mean, I grew up in this area. My family moved here when I was in second grade, and I've watched a lot of change in our community over the years. Come back here 16 years ago to raise my own family. And for good or for bad, a number of developments have happened in our city, but this particular development will loom over the downtown. It is on an elevation, it's on a hill, it's the first thing people will see when they are in the downtown area. They'll see that. And it doesn't fit. All due respect to the architects, they do luxury condos for resorts. Downtown Downers Grove is not a resort town. So I think that the character of that reflects a resort type feel. That does not reflect our downtown and what is necessary. I agree with the positions tonight about how this complex is not in substantial compliance with the village plans, ordinances, and laws, and does not meet the criteria of a special use permit. In particular, I'm greatly concerned about one area, and I don't know if others will bring this up, but from a safety perspective, and I think it doesn't meet the third special use criteria at all, and that is the loading area on our parkway. Now, again, I've lived in this area a long time. I have not ever seen it agreed that this is something that's allowable in our town, that you can have your moving van on the parkway next to the street to unload into your residence across the sidewalk. And that's what's planned here. Each of these people moving in, this is how they're going to move into this residence. Everything that gets delivered by UPS or FedEx is going to be right there. If someone gets a new appliance, it's going to be right on the parkway next to the street, in between the street and the sidewalk. That just surprises me that this would get anywhere past our staff, let alone the Plan Commission. So to me, that is a safety issue. It is definitely a detriment to the neighborhood to have something like that happening. All the other facilities I know downtown, there's other accommodations made. And perhaps that's because of the size of it, and maybe that's by design. It's 55 units, and so they don't need to accommodate this thing in the back of the building. I'm not sure what the purpose of that is, but I don't think it is appropriate. My other great concern is not only the loss of two historic buildings, but the loss of a beautiful, irreplaceable tree. Please do not approve the special use. Please encourage buyers of these properties that will provide businesses using the existing buildings and perhaps add structures that are in keeping with the neighborhood and historic quality of the area. I implore the Economic Development Commission, the Downtown Management Corporation, to use your contacts and influence to make this area of town vibrant and beautiful, unique, and connected to the businesses in the area. Thank you for your consideration. And then I have a couple quick questions. This is listed as mixed use. And I don't understand how it can be listed as mixed use when there's absolutely no commercial use at all on the first floor. And I'm curious if it is determined it really is misnamed and it isn't mixed use, it's actually just a condo complex, which is another designation, I believe. Would it have to go back through the process to be, for additional review, to show this proper use? I also was kind of surprised to see that there was a 3D rendering tonight. I don't recall that ever being presented at the Plan Committee that showed all the different heights. There was a photo, but there was nothing like that showing all the different heights. And I'm just wondering if that's something Plan Commission even saw before they made their decision. In the presentation at Plan Commission, I don't remember the builder ever talking about, or the developer ever talking about, who they expect to purchase these units. They're 2- and 3-bedroom units. To me, that doesn't necessarily attract, say, a single person who might just then stay in the community, might be pretty much out of their price range as commuters going downtown. So I'm just curious what their market is and what is their price point. That was never ever disclosed. Are these $2 million units? Are they $500,000 units? Are they, what is the range that they're looking for when they sell these? And I think that that's important for people to consider whether we're even, in the market for a building of this nature. And then, again, I'm curious why there's no commercial on the first floor at all that connects with the sidewalk. I recall when we were looking at, you guys were trying to decide whether to allow the Medicaid residents at Forest and the Tracks at the TCF building. There were a lot of people unhappy with the fact that that was just residents, that there was no commercial on the first floor, and that was also downtown business. And I'm just wondering why that isn't a consideration, or I suggest that should be a consideration, certainly for this location. So those are my questions. And I just want to respond to the young lady who talked about people organizing about the historic district and taking away property rights. This petition does not discuss historic district at all. I am interested in preserving history in Downers Grove. I've not weighed in or participated in any way in a historic district process. So I don't think the purpose of this, of people signing this petition, they're not asked to weigh in on a historic district or anything related to property rights. It's just on the special use permit, which is allowable under our statutes and certainly at your discretion. So I just don't want anybody to feel that this is about taking away anybody's property rights. This is about being a part of the process and giving our viewpoint that it doesn't meet the special use permit. And that's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I want to make sure I answer all the questions. First of all, the petition will be made part of the record. Thank you for that.
And could that be sent to the council members? And as well as the comments?
Yeah, I think we actually have them all.
Okay.
They've been coming in all week. So
The copy of the petition?
Well, that was just comments to staff.
Right. No, I'm just asking that staff provide that to
I
us.
certainly will. But the electronic version, I think we've been getting all week. At least I assume everybody's been getting it all week.
No.
I have not.
No, just you.
No, it's just me. Nope. I did not know that. I assumed it was going to the council, where everybody gets it.
No.
My mistake.
No.
I was never getting anything only sent to me.
You get it now.
99.9% of everything is sent to everybody. That would be probably the first time in a long time that's ever happened, so thank you for pointing that out. Yes, you may have that. I will send you all of them.
Thank you.
I'll save you the FOIA request.
Not looking to do a FOIA request.
Anyway, back to the questions. First, why is this listed as a mixed use when it is a special use request for a residential condominium unit? I didn't understand it to be as such. The ordinance I'm looking at asks for special use permit for residential condominium development.
The petition was for special use for residential. It was analyzed and processed as residential, and the ordinance reflects residential.
So I guess the answer is I don't think it would have to go through anything again because what's being presented clearly identifies it as a residential unit. If a special use is granted and then the conditions of the special use are not met, then that's a different story. Or if there was a requested amendment to the special use, then yes, it would have to go back to the process, is my understanding. The 3D video, I don't know if that was shown to the Plan Commission. I don't believe so. My understanding was it was created since then and presented here tonight.
That's correct.
That's all I know. What is the market for the units and what are the price points? I don't know the answer to that. If the developer or the petitioner has an interest in answering those questions, that's up to them. I will say that typically that's not a factor in making the decision about whether the special use has been met or not, who their target market is or what amount they plan to list the units for. So I will leave that for them to answer offline should they choose to do so, but it's typically not a factor that is appropriate for our consideration that we normally take into account. And then again, why is there no commercial on the first floor? I would leave that to the petitioner. That's not what they've asked to build. I don't think there's any question that all of us like to see commercial in the downtown. You're absolutely right about that. Why they didn't propose that, I would have to leave that to them. I think that answers the questions. And yes, all the electronic petition, which I believe is over 100 signatories.
500.
When I last checked.
She said 500.
That would definitely be over 100. Will be shared with everybody, and then we have what was submitted tonight. So all the bottom line is all of it will be made part of the record. In fact, it was even communicated to the village, I think, makes it part of the record. Other questions or comments? Please, sir.
The one question I had was, were there any other design features that were reviewed or presented, or was this the rendering that was shown, was that it?
I'm only aware of one rendering. I don't know, I have not seen any other renderings. There's only one rendering that's before us tonight. I don't know if there were others that were created and shown at the staff level.
There were several during the period before the application and petition was filed. The petitioner has chosen to submit this design for consideration.
So as I suspected, there were probably other designs that were done internally. Sounds like some were shared before they decided to submit their petition, but they then picked one, went with that for the petition, that then went before the Plan Commission that is now before us tonight. So yes, there are other designs, it sounds like. No other designs were presented for consideration, as I understand the...
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I understand the answer is. Did I miss any other questions? No. Thank you. Well, if I do, please point that out. Yes, sir, please.
I'd like to submit these for Mayor, Council, Tom Nivo, 5253 Blodgett. Just wanted to make a couple comments for this evening, for the meeting. Back in April, I was curious about 942, the Edwards house being for sale, and wanted to know more information about the property and maybe get a chance to see some great pictures of the property. To my dismay, I found that it was being listed as vacant land with 2 outbuildings and being marketed as a tear-down. I found it very hard to believe that one of the best vintage homes in our town was being listed as a tear-down. After finding this information out, I wanted to do some investigating and see if there was anyone else that cared as much as I did about the home. So I went to the Historical Society to see what could be done about this. They helped me with finding historical facts about the house and were concerned with losing the home as well. We then teamed up with Ken Lerner and Gordon Goodman from the PDHA, trying to find more information about the listing. Both groups made numerous attempts to reach the realtor and the out-of-state bank that owns the property. Calls were not returned. I started a Facebook page, Help Save 942 in Downers Grove, and this helped get more residents involved and also attracted interested buyers at the time. Again, no response from the realtor or the bank. This seemed that the out-of-state bank did not care about our town and our history and did not want to give this home even one bit of a chance of survival. We had business owners, builders, home preservation companies very interested in this great home, yet no one could even get a simple return phone call. We were told by the village that creating a historic district was the only way to possibly save the house from redevelopment. We established a group of concerned residents that we could possibly get a historic district in place to save one of our last original great streets from any further development and preserve what is left of our town's character to protect the Edwards house. Many hours have been dedicated to this, and we had several meetings with experts explaining what a historic district would do for our community. They explained both the positives and negatives of the district. Unfortunately, we did not make our numbers that we needed because of the difficult ordinance and will likely address a historical district sometime in the future. However, everyone on both sides, except for maybe 1 or 2, of this issue supports saving the Edwards house. Furthermore, we visited on 2 separate occasions the downtown business district, and we found that every business that we visited did not want to lose the Edwards house and did not think another large condo would benefit our community. They displayed our flyers for our group in their windows and did not want to lose our historic character, which brings them business and helps maintain a Norman Rockwell feel to our town. We are all volunteers, not high-paid professionals, who will present their side about how wonderful this condo building will be. This is their opinion, not a fact. None of them live in Downers Grove. We are the residents. It is their job to make the most money out of this property. It is our job to save a piece of Downers Grove history for our children. Once it is gone forever. The lawyer of the group said that everyone in Downers Grove wants this condo project, needs this condo project. Where are they? Who are they? I wonder who they spoke with, because residents have made it clear that they do not support a condo building. To date, we have reached 1,100 Facebook likes, and since we started a petition just last week, we are over 500 supporters to deny the condo building and protect the Edwards house. I'm a lifelong resident of Downers Grove, and I have never seen such an outpour of support to save our village history. There are many concerned residents that do not want to see a condo that is 5 stories high, no setback, taller than the parking garage, and does not fit the architectural character of the neighborhood. Even building around the Edwards house on the side lot and back lots could be done in a character that fits the neighborhood. There are ways to make a new building fit with architectural styles of its surrounding neighbors, but this plan is not one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nybo. Appreciate your comments. Other questions or comments from members of the audience? Please.
Good evening, Mayor Tully, commissioners, and staff. My name is Irene Hoekstrom, and my husband and I live over at 1232 Gilbert. I would like to go on record as concurring with my neighbors and the Pierce Downer Heritage Alliance in not approving the special use permit for the marquee on Maple, thus preserving the Edwards house. As I mentioned at the Plan Commission meeting, I applaud the village for adopting the Historic Preservation Plan. Now, one of the topics that was brought up at that meeting was what a wonderful example of transit-oriented development, or TODs, the marquee is. I worked at the Northeastern Planning Commission, now known as CMAP, in the early 2000s when we were promoting TODs to local municipalities. The intention was to revitalize tired downtowns by building mixed-use buildings, restaurants, shops, housing, to replace surface lots or vacant buildings like the former TCF Bank. Transit-oriented development is not intended to replace buildings of historical significance with new condos. Historic preservation is equally as important, if not more so, to preserve a community's integrity and character. It is a tragic loss that the village of Downers Grove cannot preserve a historically significant building in an honorary historic district. I would like to suggest a win-win solution for everyone. Instead of the marquee on Maple, how about the fleur-de-lis on Forest? Personally, I'm tired of looking at the old TCF Bank that's been vacant for several years now. The design is much more suitable for that location. We already have buildings of that height adjacent to that lot. And for the bank, how about listing the 2 homes separately rather than as a vacant lot? We have an opportunity to have a unique development here with a home that dates to the 1890s, fronted by a bur oak that dates to the 1760s. The village just awarded Tivoli Enterprises a Green Award, with one of the key reasons being their preservation of historic buildings. I understand the office tenants were very happy until they were evicted or their leases not renewed. On Facebook, one of the original owners expressed interest in keeping 942 in the family. There are other conversions that can be done. How about vintage residential condos? There is not much of this housing available west of Forest Park, and it is coveted in places like Lincoln Park, Lakeview, and the Gold Coast. We have a glut of vacant new condos, not to mention new condos that are just abandoned. A vintage condo building could command top dollar. Or a restaurant. Some of my favorite restaurants are in former homes. Charlie Trotter's was in two flats. And believe me, they did not come with a kitchen suitable for Mr. Trotter. Or closer to home, Maison Sabika in Naperville is hugely popular. Or shops. The Little Traveler in Geneva has been operating out of a home since 1925. So we need to be creative here and not just do what is easy for quick money at the loss of our heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Appreciate the enthusiasm, but in all fairness, no one clapped after the first speaker, so let's try to be fair to everybody. Please, other questions or comments? I'm going to call ladies first, sir. You sure, ma'am? Yeah. At her prerogative, you may have the
Thank you, I appreciate that. My name is Dave Gasson. I live at 5320 Benton Avenue. I've lived in Downers Grove almost my entire life. In general, I'm not supportive of this project. I have a lot of personal concerns about the aesthetic of the building, the loss of historic property. But I tend to look at these things pragmatically and understand that some of these things are potentially out of our control. My largest concern in this particular situation is the sheer scale of the project. It is massive, that is a fact. And that presumes that even the massing study, which personally for me did more to enhance my concern about the size of it than perhaps lessen that, it assumes that the significant grade change behind the property to the parking garage has been taken into account when that massing study in fact has drawn a two-dimensional map. If that has not been taken into account, that even further enhances my concern in that. And my biggest fear, I guess, is that we're going to end up with a property similar to what happened at the 4900 block of Forest, which I don't personally feel was a very good development, very large, and did not end up doing much to enhance the quality of the downtown life. And I just want to make sure that doesn't happen. At the end of the day, I trust your judgment, and when you do vote on this, if you were to vote in favor of it, I'll just take that as your personal assurance that you think this project is in fact in the best interest of Downers Grove. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Gasson. Evening, ma'am.
My name is Christine Martin, and I live at 701 Maple Avenue. I was just told, or this evening we heard from the resident at 808 Maple, that many residents on Maple Avenue are in favor of the condos. I am aware of two. As a resident of Maple Avenue, I do not want the condos, period. I live in a home built in 1892, and for 122 years, our home has watched history pass by its doors. I'm honored to live in my home, and I'm honored to live on Maple Avenue because of what it is architecturally. It's beautiful, it's thriving with history. It's good for my children to walk past and up and down those streets and not see McMansions with garage doors and wondering, where is the front door? I see the garages, they don't belong on Maple Avenue. They can fill Downers Grove, that's fine, I think, but Maple Avenue is a historical street, and I would like to see it stay that way. The proposed condo, I feel that the proposed condo is enormous and will destroy the beauty of Maple Avenue. It is 5 stories and spans all the way to the sidewalk. Its architecture, forgive me, is simply lifeless. Very often, condos or pictures of buildings look very nice in blueprints, but once they're built, they look as they look. They look lifeless, they look faux, or they look fake. They're cheap, and there's no character to them. And that's how I see the condos that are already downtown. I've seen the blueprints firsthand, and the blueprint is fine because it's colored and the trees and the sky is blue, but that's not what it's going to look like once it goes up. These condos are being funded by an out-of-state bank designed by an out-of-state architect, and the historic house at 942 Maple that will go to the wrecking ball was never marketed as a home for sale. It was advertised as vacant land for sale, vacant land for sale with 2 out properties on it. I called to see the house right when the sale sign went up and was told I could not because the sale was pending. I do not know why they even bothered to put a sign when the bank already knew they would build on it. There are several areas, as we have all said tonight, the people that spoke, there are several areas in Downers Grove where if they want to build, they can. But considering the number of unsold condos, and worse yet, half-built, then deserted condos, Downers Grove needs another condominium like it needs a freight train running through it. If you understand and agree with preserving Downers Grove histories, as opposed to building another cheap, faux, generic building that would blend right into the sprawl, I just hope that you will support not building this condo. And I can't say, I understand somebody has to purchase the house, something has to happen with the house, I understand that, and somebody has to buy it and fund it, and I would love to see the house saved, but I feel even more strongly that this condo does not belong on Maple Avenue. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Thank you for your comments. Other questions or comments from members of the audience? I haven't forgotten about you, Dr. Goodman. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Karen Crowe, 5408 Fairmount Avenue, 3 blocks south, 3 blocks east of the proposed condo complex. I'm not qualified to talk here. I don't have a law degree. I'm not political. I'm nothing but a resident, a 16-year resident who chose to move here because of the historical beauty, the tranquil streets, the beautiful trees. Look at the sign behind you. There's a tree on it, Downers Grove. Grove is a tree. Trees, a lot of trees. One of my concerns is, as we walk as a family to downtown to enjoy the toy store, the yogurt store, the library, the tree at Christmas time, the bookstore, as we walk there, this is a route that we take. My kids ride their bikes there on the sidewalks. I had no idea there would be refrigerators blocking their way. Who is this going to attract? 3-bedroom units, and I think it is very important how much they are because that should be in the business plan. In my opinion, in my guess, these would be transient people who would stay for a year or two, not vested in the community. They're leaving. And Downers Grove is the most important part about it to many of us is our community. You know, every summer you'll see the streets blocked off for block parties. Often there's 1 or 2 new families on that block and we get together and we come to love each other. When the tornado ripped through, our block shared 2 generators, each house having it for 2 hours, unplugging it in the middle of the night and carrying it to the next house. I'm not sure that's the kind of neighborhood we're going to get from this condo. I've lived downtown. I've shopped in lots of cute towns around this area and other states. And the design of this is something that I think everyone with a conscience would have a problem with. I wish I could say more because I don't feel I'm being convincing enough. I wish the whole town could vote on this, and then I think you'd get a true reading on us all. I think everything that everyone has said tonight should be counted for a lot more than people who don't live in this town, who won't be here to live through the effects of what this does to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grove. Appreciate your comments. Despite your qualifiers up front, they were very well delivered. Other questions or comments from members of the audience? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Tony LaRocco. I live at 533 Davis Street. I lived in Downers Grove 32 of the last 39 years. I moved here in 1975. So I'm not probably qualified to speak either, but as a resident, I did want to say, I sat here today.
I'm not sure what the qualifications are.
Well, public speaking, I'm not good at it, but.
I think you met them by stepping up to the microphone.
Anyway, a lot of people have asked the question here tonight, who'd buy those townhomes, who's interested? I would just tell you that I'm a baby boomer, I'm retired, I lived in downtown, I lived in Downers Grove, like I said, 32 of the last 39 years, I love Downers Grove. My wife and I walk from Davis Street to downtown twice a day. Yeah, we love Downers Grove, and we want to downsize, and we'd love living downtown Downers Grove in a nice condo. I don't know if these are the right ones. I don't know if they're going to. I mean, I'm concerned about the way they look like everybody else, to a certain extent, maybe not as much. But I think there is a market, and I think people like myself and others that would be interested in those condos would not be transient. I think you get a lot of people downsizing to that type of life who like to enjoy the restaurants and who will shop in downtown if we have stores that are vibrant and have inventory on their shelves. And the way you're going to get that is by having more people in downtown's Downers Grove. And my property taxes, before I came, I took a look, have gone up 28% in 5 years. That's a lot. I am personally not interested in subsidizing this property in any possible way. I'm just not interested in it. I think people that are can step up and do it. But I'm in favor of a condo development downtown Downers Grove, and I thought that it'd be worthwhile for me to speak so you could hear the other side of the coin here, because it seems like obviously the opinion is tilted a certain way. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaRocca. Appreciate your comments. Other questions or comments from members of the audience? Good evening.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Skip Mulehouse. My wife Roberta and I have lived at 1868 Grant Street for 34 years. Prior to that, we lived in El Sierra for 7 years. For some of you, may have been involved in the fiasco, which is still unresolved, concerning Pollock Junkyard, which is owned by Aldi's, and the proposed 105 townhouses that were going to be shoved into that small piece of land between our lot and Ogden Avenue. Fortunately, that never happened. It just seems to me that sometimes we get overloaded with the fact of tax income, which I understand from a business perspective is necessary either to run a village or a town or a business. But I can fully appreciate the concerns of the residents close to where this project's going to be built, if for no other reason for the opinions expressed tonight about the size of the unit and the safety issues and the traffic congestion, which is typically downplayed based on surveys which tend to not consider everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mulehouse. And just to clarify, as Commissioner Olson asked earlier, while the proposed special use is in the downtown TIF district, this is not something that the village initiated. We didn't own the property, we didn't invite the sale of the property. This is a private property owner who's come to us with a petition under our ordinance looking for a special use. Good evening.
Mayor and Council, hello. My name is Kathy Nybo, I live at 5253 Blodgett, and we've been there for 43 years. There's a couple things that came to my attention in reading the paperwork, and the big one for me is I'm a person with mobility issues, so I'm always looking at public safety. And the developer says right in his paperwork that the height will be on the portico shore, that's the little thing you pull under, it's only going to have height for UPS and post office trucks, and only an ambulance could fit underneath it. And it says, and I quote this, "Any larger equipment that is called to the site would not enter the site, but would rather stage on Maple." So what happens to the person on the 5th floor and they need to help them get down from the balcony if the ladders or those bucket things weren't there for them? I just wondered if anyone had talked to the fire department about the fact that 3 sides of the building will be denied access for their equipment. God forbid that we ever would have a fire, but I don't think we should allow a building to not have access to fire equipment to reach all 5 levels. So I really hope you'll think about that. The moving, last meeting, planning one, a gentleman from a moving company spoke and said his trucks would not fit underneath it, underneath the portico shore, and so they would have to block Maple Avenue in order to have people move in or move out. So I think it'd be nice if we could have them make it a little higher, and certainly make access for the fire department, absolutely on all sides. And when they have the mixed-use requirement, it kind of puzzles me, because it's strictly a residential unit, and there is no retail on the first floor, so I don't know what the mix is. And the amenities of the party room and the exercise room, well, that's for the residents of the condo. It's not available to the public, so it's mixed use for them, but not for everybody. And I look at Station Crossing as a good example of a condo that fits into the environment, and it has retail on the first floor. I'd like to see something more like that, and I think others do too. And the other thing was, they showed the drawings for the sign. It's a very large illuminated sign that will be in front. It's hard for me to understand why Downers Grove makes an 80-year-old business take down their sign facing the tracks, and yet we will allow a new place to put up a large illuminated sign with the pretentious name, that's how I feel, sorry, Marquis on Maple. A marquis is a French aristocrat. What does that have to do with Downers Grove? It just seemed odd. And then the other thing is, we've all been talking about stormwater issues for a while, and you have a building that's built up to the lot line on 4 sides. How is that going to affect not only Mr. and Mrs. King, but anybody that lives nearby to have it? I see a problem there that might happen. Well, actually, for sure. And there are a lot of other uses that people haven't mentioned about using in that building, but some of those people that might have wanted to do it didn't have a chance to even go too far in the process. Could you just see it, a lovely restaurant, as someone mentioned? I see it even as a dance school, because the top room is like this big ballroom, or even a music school. It could be a hair salon, suites, because of all the rooms. I just think there's a lot of opportunities if given the chance. And we don't have to take the first offer that we get. I mean, really, it doesn't have to. There's other developers that might come up with more ideas that would fit better into the space. And like when my kids were small, we always walked down Maple because we loved looking at the houses. And our favorite is, and I think the gentleman's here, is the one that had the little step. If you came off of a carriage, you stepped on it. The kids would have to go step on it. But we never took a walk to look at condos. And I don't think anybody else would go, oh boy, hey, there's a new condo in town, let's go see it. I think they'd be more excited about seeing the pretty houses that we have now, and I hope we can keep them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nagwell. Appreciate your comments. Other questions or comments? Yes, sir, please.
Hi, I'm Kevin Butler. I'm at 635 Maple Avenue. I actually didn't come here intending to speak tonight, but felt a bit compelled. My wife and I both grew up in rural central and northwest Illinois, and of every place we could have lived in the Chicagoland area, we chose Downers Grove as home specifically because it reminded us of the small towns we grew up in. We walked to church at the Methodist Church. We walk for drinks at Emmett's. We get our dog treats at Happy Dog. We walk down Maple Avenue almost daily. And probably the biggest concern I have, other than a lot of the concerns about the behemoth of a building that'll dwarf our beautiful street, is the sheer safety of adding another 50 to 100 cars going in and off of Maple at what's an incredibly crowded intersection. Probably most of you go through that corner at Maple and Washington daily, and it's during rush hour is bad already, but now we're adding cars to that. We have Lincoln Center, we have the grade school, and those of us that are walking that sidewalk, suddenly there's going to be a large influx of cars, and I don't really believe the 1% increase in traffic. I think at peak times it's going to be significantly higher than that. I guess my big concern would be the addition to the safety at that intersection with a large condo development there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Appreciate your comments. Other questions or comments before I invite Dr. Goodman back? Good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Teresa Barron-Kulat.
I live at 4440 Saratoga. I work and own a business at 5116 Forest Avenue. And I'm here today to support the comments made by Ken Lerner and the Pierce Downer Heritage Alliance. I'd just like to point out that the developers had many months to put together their presentation that was given to the Plan Commission. They spent a lot of money, and residents didn't even find out about this until several weeks ago. And I think given the fact that they were only given notice, that they put together an incredibly factually based presentation that didn't even start until 9 p.m. And I know you folks received my written comment. I felt that to start public hearing at 9 p.m. and go until 12:30 was actually an abuse of the democratic process, and to consider that people usually go to sleep around here around 10, 10:30, that the Plan Commission was making an important decision at 12:30 a.m. is very disturbing to me. I appreciate the fact that we're all here and we can make our comments to you, but I'd also like to point out that we do not have the time and resources that they've had to put together. Personally, I'm like the other gentleman. I moved to Downers Grove because it has mature trees, because there's charm. And I've lived here for over 20 years and would like to see that feel maintained, and I fear what's going to happen to our town. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. And you probably have some empathy from the folks from Good Samaritan Hospital, since it's now past 9 o'clock. They're way still down the agenda. Appreciate your patience. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Chris Myers. I'm at 806 Maple Avenue, and I really think it's a great process here that everyone can get up and say their piece and really weigh in on what is really will define part of our town for generations to come, obviously. I'm going to agree first off with my neighbor and friend Denise Lazar that we do need something to revitalize and keep our downtown area vibrant. And I have a unique perspective because unlike many of the people here, I moved into Downers last fall. And I waited over a year to buy my house specifically because it was a historic house in Downers, and I loved the downtown. So those two things, I was willing to just wait. My family and I just love the area. We've been residents in the area since '96, but have always wanted to live in downtown Downers because of the character, because of the ability to walk downtown and the businesses and go to restaurants and shops. I think should be a real focus here to maintain that vibrancy of downtown. I think that we can do three comments really quickly, and I apologize for my ignorance because I missed the planning meeting on this, so if this was covered, I apologize. But the effect on traffic and schools in the area, I know there was a $127,000 plus payment made to the school and park districts. I'm just curious what that is earmarked for. This is Whittier School District, I'm assuming. Are we going to add a second story on Whittier to be able to fit several families that might be attending there? And I may have to disagree slightly with you, Mayor, on the notion that the demographics of the people that this development is attracting do matter to this approval, because, if it's all families, if you bring 55 families in there with, elementary school age children, that has a much different effect than if it's a empty nester looking to downsize. So I think that even though that's probably not in scope, I think it will have an effect if it is marketed towards a certain demographic. Traffic, I know, turning left onto Maple, I'm on the north side in the morning, especially if a train comes through. It's a mess. I think you're going to run into that no matter what. I think it'd be a little bit worse if you have some extra cars, but that's kind of, that's one of the busy through streets in all of Downers Grove, so you're always going to have traffic there. As far as walking towards downtown, that's a great part of why we live near the downtown, and I don't think that will change. People are still going to walk downtown as long as it's vibrant and draws people in. As far as the scope of the project, I would agree with some others that if I believe it is a foregone conclusion, it will be approved as a special use and it will be built. I think we should design it, or it should be designed in a way that is more in character with the neighborhood. And I think that right now it's not. The scale is what it is. That's it's huge. It's massive. But I think it can be done in a way that is more in line with the heritage of our city. And I say our city as a relatively new resident. The other thing I would like to propose as a condition of granting the special use permit is that the developer move the 942 Maple Edwards house to a location of the city's and residents' choosing that would honor it as a piece of heritage and history of Downers Grove. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Myers. Welcome to Downers Grove.
Thank you.
And I assume your question was a rhetorical one about what the school funds are being earmarked for, because that would obviously be up to the school districts. Sure. I understood you were making that to make a point. Just want to make sure I didn't miss a question. Other questions or comments from members of the audience? All right, well, while you're considering that, I'll invite Dr. Goodman to come back. He wanted to give some more comments, this time from his own perspective. As I understand, last time you were sharing Mr. Lerner's comments. And thank you for your patience in waiting your return.
Thank you. I really appreciate an orderly hearing, and I realize that it's important for people not to hog the podium. So here I am again. I did want to comment on 806 Maple is the Lyman House that we had quite an interesting experience with when it was proposed for redevelopment a while ago. And we're very pleased that it's in the hands of someone who treasures it as much as Mr. Jacobs, who had bought it for redevelopment and was persuaded as a long-term resident and son of Downers Grove that really wasn't a good idea. I understand his father played a major role in that change of heart. But at any rate, the house stands, and it has an owner who's very proud of it now. It's been very, very substantially improved by Mr. Jacobs, who held it and lived in it for several years. The house stands next to a new house on the west side of it on Maple Avenue. That seems to fit in pretty well too. Not quite as gracious as the Lyman House, but good. And so I just wanted to call that to your attention, that this isn't the first time we've gone around. The second thing I wanted to mention was that the comprehensive plan we've been talking about is a very good one. It was adopted by the village in 2011, and in September 2009, it won the Daniel Burnham Award as the best comprehensive plan of the year from the American Planning Association. And one of the things that I thought was worth recalling about the award was the evaluation that was put up on the website. Despite the new focus on land infill and redevelopment, the comprehensive plan also underscores the need to balance reinvestment with respecting the character of the village's existing commercial districts and neighborhoods. To ensure that such balance is struck, the comprehensive plan includes key focus area plans for 5 of the village's most important districts as economic generators and intensely developed areas of the community. Each focus area plan identifies key planning influences, key concepts, and catalyst sites for redevelopment and land recommendations. And so that's a very good preamble to my part of the talk, because I want to direct your attention to some specifics of the comprehensive plan. In particular, this first item is looking at page 46 of the comprehensive plan that talks about the downtown area as an area of mixed use. It's been very importantly mixed use up to now. I'm really disappointed that that slide is so poor to read for the members of the public. I'm trying to decide now what I should do. I don't believe that reading it entirely is a good thing, but I think if we go back here and look at this quote, which is the basic theme here for the downtown area. And one of the things that we're encouraged to do is that offices in converted houses provide an important transition between the commercial activities of the downtown and nearby residential areas, and should remain. This is the sort of thing that the policy recommendations that you approved in 2011, and the thing which was recognized by the planning officials. Now it's up to you to actually carry through those policies, and this is a prime example of where you have an opportunity to do so. One of the primary criteria you're looking at is whether this is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And I maintain Mr. Lerner's comments point out in detail why that is not true. So if you look at later in the comprehensive plan, page 149, there is what we call the sort of key area detail that explains what our goals and objectives are for the downtown area. The primary goal is to continue to revitalize downtown as a symbolic heart of the community and enhance its role as a primary mixed-use pedestrian environment. You've heard a great deal of testimony, and you can see from the renderings and other information you have that this is a pedestrian unfriendly development. It has ridiculously mixed use. If you think that the fact that it has facilities for its residents not only to sleep and cook, but also to have entertainment in their party room and to have an exercise room. That's not what mixed use in this context of planning means. It means access for commercial or other public purposes combined with whatever internal purposes are there. So this is just a fantastic stretch to call this a mixed use. The other point that I want to call attention to in your comprehensive plan is this recommendation that zoning for the downtown should be analyzed and amended if necessary to adequately accommodate appropriate new development and establish desirable physical form of the downtown. Now, you did go through a zoning study in May of this year. You adopted new wording in the zoning ordinance, a beautiful new design for the zoning ordinance, but as far as I can tell, there's been no analysis of whether the downtown zoning districts, the DB, downtown business, and DT, the downtown transition, are appropriate. We've had our comprehensive plan that gives guidelines for how to make those districts appropriate for the preservation and redevelopment of the community. We've had our historical study, which was adopted or accepted by you in 2012, or maybe it was 2013, I've forgotten now. Recently, more recently than the comprehensive plan, and that did identify several areas here that, if we look at the downtown business and downtown transition districts, which are portrayed here, you'll see that in general the brown, which is the transition, surrounds the business, the red. And the only place where it's lacking is in this neighborhood over on the corner of Maple and Washington. And now, with our historic study, we found that there are quite a number of historic buildings in this area. In particular, of the 13 properties at the corner of Maple and Washington, 6 of them are labeled as historic properties on the zoning map now. That's the one change in the zoning map that was made as a result of your historic survey report. The zoning map now identifies those historic buildings. And you see 942 Maple is identified. There are 6 others in this 13 property grouping. My suggestion is that we now initiate a zoning analysis, and the result I would predict is that it would be recommended to rezone 13 of these properties, which are currently DB for business, to DT for transition, that would safeguard the appearance and character of Maple Avenue and this part of Washington Street, provide a buffer between the intense business activities in the downtown and the residential areas that surround it. And this was a flaw in the original downtown business, downtown transition designations in 2005. Now, in light of your new comprehensive plan and your new historic study, it should be rectified. But the first step in taking this progressive step to implement the comprehensive plan is to deny a special use permit for this building, which clearly doesn't even satisfy the criteria for business zoning, and if it did, would push a major business facility onto the periphery of the business district. As other speakers have pointed out, this type of intense construction and activity is much more appropriate at this scale internally to the business district, not on the periphery of it. And because of this misanalysis and incorrect boundaries for the business, downtown business and downtown transition districts that we're inheriting from 2005, we're going to have more problems like this unless, in addition to turning down this special use permit, you also initiate a zoning analysis and correction as was recommended in the key downtown business analysis of the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gibb. Other questions or comments from members of the audience? I want to thank all 19 people who spoke so far. I will now give the petitioner an opportunity to add any comments before I open it up to village council for questions or comments.
We would like to divide our time. Mark Diedrich, who is our architect, is here, and we've been taking notes, and he was going to respond to the comments about the plan, and then I will respond to the other comments that are made by the audience. And of course, answer any questions that the commissioners may have.
Very good. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for having us this evening. My name is Mark Diedrich, and I'm principal and co-founder of Quo Diedrich Architects. As has been mentioned, I'm not a resident of Downers Grove. I am a Midwesterner in origin, a U of I grad, as well as my other partners in the firm as well. So I'm familiar with the general vicinity. But part of what drew our client to hiring us was a little bit of outside-the-box thinking, and upon looking at some of a market study that was a third-party market study that our client engaged, what we found was that there is something missing from some of what's being offered here to Downers Grove. So the way that we approached this project was to draw from some of our experience from outside, as outsiders, to try and develop a product that would be unique to Downers Grove, but that yet would be in demand. I think the question came, or just to answer the question about what market are we meeting, I think that the market study, as well as our design intent, looks at empty nesters as a primary market and a secondary market as young professionals. And as such, we're looking at a diversity of unit types, actually looking at some one-bedroom plus units that we'd be, as this gets developed perhaps a little further. There's a term in urban planning that may have come up during your comprehensive plan, and it's cradle to cradle. And what cradle to cradle means is in the effort to try and create vital and livable, sustainable communities, it's important to try and have people stay there and not grow up and move away, or grow old and move away to old folks' homes. And so having multifamily projects in proximity and walking distance to transit and downtown areas where you have shops and restaurants, it's very important that you have offerings for people of different age groups. And for empty nesters like the gentleman who spoke earlier, this offers an opportunity for someone to grow old in Downers Grove, be able to walk to the shops that they've walked to with their children when they were younger, and be able to use the transit when they're not interested in driving cars. One of the other goals of this project was to work closely with the village, and I really have to commend the staff, Stan Popovich and his staff. We had a couple of meetings, and I can't even count the number of phone calls and emails back and forth, and really great to work with. I worked with a number of municipal officials, and this is just top-notch that you have here, so really a great job. And one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we did was in doing this, to make sure that we were helping to both help our project, but also to help the community by helping the vision, realize a mutual vision that came from your comprehensive plan, your downtown design guidelines, and your downtown business district zoning, by working closely with the staff. And there were a lot of schemes that passed along. I think the first ones, when I sat down with Stan several months ago, were very loose. We showed him 3 different quick concepts, helped us to determine, but it is a long process. There are a lot of things that have to be considered in this, as you may or may not know. And it goes without saying that doing the pro forma and the cost and all of these things come into play, as well as what we think will be most appealing to the market. So the plan that we arrived at is, and the design that we arrived at is the one that our client, our market research, our design, our contractors all felt was the best one to go forward with, as well as one that the planning staff was very pleased with. Regarding some of the streetscape concerns that some people have, again, this is not, one of the things that keeps coming up is a transition area, and this is right in the heart of a block that is designated as downtown business. Sometimes it's difficult to be the first person or the first development to try and meet this, but somebody's got to do it, and our client's willing to do it. Addressing the streetscape, we've actually maxed out the distance, for example, from the setback. We've taken advantage of an expanded right-of-way that we were asked for, that that our own survey didn't designate, which allows us to have a little bit more setback. But we have green planting area between the sidewalk and a patio. We have a large paved patio with tables and chairs out front. The front of the building is transparent, just as your downtown design guidelines ask for. It's going to be a magnificent combination of cut stone and glass front. They're very deep rooms. It's going to be very transparent. It's going to be lit up at night, nice glow at night, so it's going to make people feel safe as they're walking by. And then from our standpoint, one of the important goals is that we're looking at the downtown neighborhood as a very, very important, and the most important actually, amenity to this building and to the residents. It's a top selling point. It's really kind of a two-way street, because we do believe that it's not believe, but it's going to add vitality to the downtown district. And while some may argue that the point of whether adding people to a downtown area doesn't actually increase the business and the restaurants. I have the tens of thousands of dollars that were likely spent on your comprehensive plan and developing your comprehensive plan, as well as the standards and guidelines of urban planning that talk about developing vital downtowns would speak contrary to that. Regarding the architecture, again, we were looking to develop an architecture that is residential in nature, but again, this is not due to the scale of this. It's not a residence. Other things that drive the building to not look as quote residential or as much as some of the houses adjacent is the fact that it's a type 2 construction. It's non-combustible. The downtown business design guidelines ask for a base, a middle, and a crown. And the design that we've developed, we feel very strongly both meets the guidelines, what the vision was for the downtown comprehensive plan for the architectural guidelines, as well as creates a unique product that won't look like anything else on that market as a condominium building in downtown. Just going to touch on a couple of comments that came up, just answer some questions. One of them was regarding the fire truck. We met with the fire marshal, and from the very first meeting, he recognized that if a fire truck were to pull up, a fire truck in a downtown business district is going to pull up in front of the building. The building is, again, non-combustible, type 2 construction with sprinkler system and with standpipes in the building, which means that within the building it has its own fire department connection. So if a fire occurs in a different part of the building, the fire department can go hook up their hose and put the fire out from any part of the building that they need to, just as you would find in any dense area. Wanted to also respond to the sign issue. There's a drawing with the sign on it. The letters on the sign are 18 inches tall on the front of the building. So I think it's more than reasonable. Actually, reminded me that maybe that's a little bit small, but at any rate, it's 18 inches tall is what's being shown on the drawing, so I think it's extremely reasonable in size. Again, I'm going to sum up a few things here, jumping back. Some of the benefits of this project, I think, to the village, to the residents, and to the 49,000 plus people that live in Downers Grove. This is an owner-occupied property. It meets a market need for, as I mentioned, to try and encourage a livable community, a cradle-to-cradle community. It meets a price point because it allows empty nesters to move from their large houses into a smaller condominium that's quite nice, but it meets a price point that's not readily available currently in the market. It will be one of the first buildings, if not the first building, to help fulfill the vision of this downtown comprehensive plan and this downtown business zoning that's been developed. And it will, as I mentioned, add people to the downtown area, which will help to create vitality. There are three key points that I want to just point out as we develop this plan and as you consider it. The plan that we're asking for a special use permit, it meets the comprehensive plan intent, it meets the zoning ordinance, and it meets the downtown design guidelines. We're not asking for a variance. With that, I'd like to go ahead and ask if you have any questions specific to the design. I'd be more than happy to answer them for you.
Thank you. Any design-specific questions from members of the council at this point in time? Commissioner Barnett?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm not going to get into what you might think of in design because I think much of what I've seen is, you know, it's the same thing as what color is your house going to be. People have opinions on it. But as it relates to our consideration for approval of special use, you're familiar, of course, with the 3 general criteria we use. And there's a couple of them that concern me, and one of them as it relates to design, Mayor. We haven't seen, I know our staff probably has somewhere along the process seen alternative designs. We haven't seen any, but there are issues with the site, and the one that sticks out in my head has to do with the trees that are there right now, in particular the big one in the middle of the thing. And I guess as I try and consider the considerations of special use approval, in particular the third item, and whether or not this design and this application positively or negatively affects the neighborhood, many of these things are subjective. They just are. And one of the things about our community that's pretty vital to it in every sense, whether it's our budgeting process or the team that we employ or the comments that our residents give us, that's a huge deal to us. The quality of the population of, the age of, the canopy size of our tree population is a big deal to our village. And so I'm just wondering if there's any opportunities that you guys see for design adjustments that would accommodate that. Obviously, with this design, the tree's right in the middle of the building, so that's a problem. But you've got lots of things. You've got a lot to work with. You've got a lot of space vertically above that parking area that's not, you know, consumed right now. And I'm just wondering if there's opportunities that you might see to adjust in ways that would accommodate that. For me, that's a difficult thing right now to swallow.
Well, one of the things that was taken into consideration in doing this and understanding the negative impact on trees is that both the zoning and the design guidelines call for, well, particularly the zoning calls for a building that has doesn't exceed the setback maximum 10-foot setback, I guess is what I'm saying, which makes it, and that has to occur for 80% of the frontage. So it makes it very difficult to try and carve out, you know, or to move it back, or whatever the case may be, to meet the design guidelines as well as meet the zoning and still preserve. I think you're specifically talking about one tree.
Yeah, really, primarily, yes. Okay, that's part of the information I need.
So again, it's trying to balance meeting, it's part of design, trying to balance meeting various requirements and give and take for.
But so there are other zoning issues that are impacting your ability to accommodate that in particular? Setback, you're talking about setback requirements, and
Yes.
are other zoning elements compel designs that work against preserving that tree right now? Am I understanding that right?
No, I think it's primarily are you asking from a design standpoint, are there anything?
Let me tell you what I thought I heard, and you correct
thought I heard him say that.
me. You correct me if I didn't hear it right. Other elements of our zoning requirements, in terms of setback in particular, cause there to be a situation that works against a design that might accommodate that tree. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's
Okay, all right.
correct.
That's all I had for the moment.
Commissioner Staff.
Maybe you can explain a little bit about the stormwater improvements. I don't know if that's under your
Actually, the
expertise,
civil
but also,
engineer's here, and
it's one of the
Mike
questions we had
Mondes is with me. He can
about,
explain that.
I know it's public improvement listed in our materials, but maybe we could hear a little bit more about how that's going to work and how it'll play into the site.
I'll go ahead and step aside.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Mondes. I'm with Space Co. Incorporated, 9575 West Higgins in Rosemont. As Mark indicated, we are the site civil engineer. The current topography of the property drains from Maple to the north, where the water is tributary to a storm sewer that runs in the alley behind the parking deck. The development proposes the installation of underground detention vaults under the first level of parking to store stormwater that would exceed the release rate requirements, and the water would be restricted and discharged into that storm sewer in the alley.
That's all I had for now, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Rankin.
I had some more questions for the architect, please. So we heard concerns from the public about moving trucks. Could it accommodate a moving truck, or is there a separate area besides that loading area that was planned to occur?
Glad you brought that up. As far as what we're talking about here is predominantly 2- and 3-bedroom units, possibly some 1-bedroom units. If you were to go to U-Haul's website, for example, and see what size truck they recommended to move a 2- or 3-bedroom unit, I'll say 3-bedroom unit, which would be the maximum size, they'd recommend a 17 or a 20-foot truck, which in total is about 26 feet long. The loading area, which is the requirement in zoning for if you have greater than 60 units or 60 or greater units, is a 35-foot long loading zone. The zone that's in front of the building that we're talking about, and this is separate from, I know there's two issues here. The zone that's in front of the building is about 70 or 75 feet long, so it's more than accommodates the moving truck. However, at the same time, at the porte cochere is 13.5 feet tall, so that it can't accommodate a trash truck, ambulance, delivery trucks, any of those things. So someone who is moving in is more than likely going to pull in under the porte cochere, pull in over to the right side because it's wide enough for two-way traffic plus parking over to the right side. Put the moving truck there and go into the building from the side if it's a normal-sized moving truck. And again, most moving companies would know in general what type of area they're moving to or what your demand is. So I wouldn't expect you're going to see a lot of tractor-trailer trucks pulling up to move into a 2- or 3-bedroom condominium.
Okay. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
We also had some comments about the construction. Someone in the audience had said that it was cheap construction, but you've designated this as type 2. Can you elaborate what that means so people understand what type
Yes,
2
actually, type 2 construction, typically buildings, condominium buildings, and I know that some of the ones that have been built or approved in this area, are especially apartments, would be wood frame construction, maybe over a concrete deck or something like that. That's what's most commonly done. There's about a 15% premium to do a type 2 construction building that we're doing here. It's the method of construction, it's a type 2 non-combustible building, sprinklered. The frame of the building will be steel frame. The floors will be hollow core concrete planks. So there'll be concrete floors with poured topping on top of that. And the exterior cladding system is a sandwich panel system, which is an architectural precast panel. So it consists of concrete on the inside, insulation between it, and then a decorative exterior that consists of colored cast concrete that in some areas will look like cut stone, and in other areas it'll actually have brick embedded in it. So it's going to be, it's not cheap construction. The exterior glazing material is going to be insulated, low E, aluminum windows and doors. It's not a cheap building by any stretch. That's not the market that we're going for.
Thank you. And then the other question I had was, we've heard also from the public that it's too big of a building. I wondered if there was any consideration in making it a 4-story building at any time, or if it was always a 5-story.
It has, I believe, always been a 5-story building in one form or another. The zoning guidelines allow for 1 unit for every 800 square feet of site area. And so it designated a specific area that we were able to occupy. And in order to accommodate things on the site, to be able to have the porte cochere and various other things, the building, the ideal form of the building after going through all these processes turned out to be a 5-story building.
Okay, and then one last question. So there's a green area you explained. Can you provide a little more detail of what that will be? It's going to be like grasses or a place for a patio where people can go out?
So there are some different, yes, thank you for asking. There's certain areas that are designated as some of these spaces that you're talking about. One of those areas on, well, certainly the front of the building will be heavily landscaped, but also will have a patio terrace on it with potted plants and things like that on it. On the side of the building, there's an area with seating, a linear fire pit, and a barbecue pit or barbecue grilling area as an amenity. Behind the parking garage and behind the building, between the parking garage alley and the building, it varies exactly, but around 25 or 30 feet of green space back there with some screening element trees and things like that. Trying to preserve some of those trees to the extent possible, but otherwise definitely wanting some trees to provide a screen there and a buffer. And then there's the green roof, which I'm not sure if that's specifically what you're asking about. Okay. So we have part of the building that you see it here, but the part of the building that's the building is a U shape, and the courtyard in the center of the building on the side to the right is a 1-story parking area. The upper level, which also coincides to be the second floor to the units, which is the first level of residential, is intended to be a green roof. And so that serves a couple of purposes. The units that go out, that have access directly on the second floor to that roof will have enlarged patio areas that will amenitize those units with. And then the green roof in general will be, it'll be planted with ground cover in a decorative pattern. That it's in our submission, but it's a decorative pattern that was laid out by our landscape architect. Primarily for the purpose of what's in our application, primarily so that the units that are up there look down and all they see is green space. However, we've also been in some discussion about possibly amenitizing that area and putting some amenity up there that residents could use.
Great.
Commissioner Bergman? Yeah, thank you. Just, I guess since we're talking design, that's your role, can you elaborate on why the decision has been not to include any first floor retail? Because that's something that's really critical to me.
Okay.
Being in our central business district.
Well,
If you're not the person who can answer it, I can hold my question until the attorney or whoever can, so don't feel obligated, to be honest.
I can answer it to some extent.
Okay.
One of the members of the ownership group is quite familiar with the area and with Maple Avenue, and felt that putting retail on Maple Avenue and not on where it's, as opposed to Main Street, at this point in time would be challenging. To actually expect retail to succeed today right on Maple Avenue. So knowing that for a condominium building, we need things like fitness facility, club room, a lobby and things like that, we've given the aesthetic and of ground floor retail without having leasable space, I guess. At some point in the future, to be honest, at some point in the future, someone could lease out the fitness center and decide they could give it to a third party and that could be open to the public, for example.
See,
but we're not asking for that right now.
No, I understand that. I guess my concern is I think about it, I hear your answer, and I read what I read, and all the presentation and the comments from the public is, the fitness center, we have one of those. So you could easily just team up with what we have in our central business district. I mean, there could be partnerships there. And that really, that's really a sticking point that I have, is a lack of first floor retail. And I understand it's a challenging time. At the same time, we also have other condominiums, some that haven't been completed because of the time that they were started with the economy downturn. We also have others that are on the market. I mean, there's a real estate study. I mean, I don't even know if some of the questions I could have, I could submit and get answers since we have a time period here before we have to vote on this. But, what impact will this have, this building have on the, existing retail or condominium market that we have? I mean, is it going to bring those down in value? I mean, you're saying that you're targeting empty nesters. The only point I have with that is, as you mentioned it, and I look over these notes, is empty nesters are not going to go to the U-Haul store and rent a U-Haul to move themselves.
I use that simply to illustrate
No, I understand.
the size of it.
I understand. I just want to point that out.
Because
My parents are
because
empty
it would be-
nesters,
yeah.
and if they decided to move themselves, I'd be very upset, and there'd be
I
three
agree
others
with you.
besides me. So I guess I really want to know more about why not first floor retail, considering you're in the downtown, and I understand the reasons you gave. And then Commissioner Rankin asked about the size of the building, the height. Can you do this project with a 4-story and not a 5-story? Or are you simply just building the most you can to make the cash flow?
It's a balancing act, and I'm the designer. I'm kind of given some parameters to work within. So I can't design the same building that's not 5 stories. I don't know if it would cash flow or if it would be a building that my client would want to do if they couldn't do 55 units, for example, if they could only do 40 units or 41 units. I don't know if that would be worthwhile to them to pursue.
But at the same time, you stated it's a balancing act. Well, at the same time, it's a balancing act for us as well. So if we can get some additional information on that, I would greatly appreciate that. And that's all I have now.
I can answer that when you're done.
More information.
Oh, okay, great. That's fine, I don't need it right now. I'm here. Okay. Thank you.
Well, might as well get the answer to that question while it's on the table, if you don't mind.
We looked at the retail issue very hard. And when we looked at Maple and the character of Maple and what the comprehensive plan calls for, and I'm going to get into that because I think that's been a very important issue that's been raised and what it really says. Our thought was that to put a small 1 or 2 retail users in there, just because there's a retail space in there, does not mean that they would easily be rented or that they would be sustainable. In addition, we looked frankly at Main Street, and we thought on balance that a better approach was to provide 55 families that could use the businesses that are on Maple and perhaps rent some of the space or keep some of those people in, rather than putting a cleaner in or some other, or an eye doctor, or where those businesses on Maple certainly are looking for more vitality that more residents in the downtown area could provide. So we looked at both those issues, and that's how we came out. With regard to the 4 stories, there are always trade-offs, and one of the things that we wanted to do was provide a high-quality building, not a box. And if you notice, with the plans, there is an entire area of this building that is just 1 story. There's nothing above it, and it provides a green roof above it, and it provides different levels rather than just a square building. That necessitated the 4 stories. And when you say 4 stories, the way this lot drops, and it drops to the north, much of the parking area is it's almost like a walkout parking lot, because the building is going flat, and the territory is moving toward that garage, and actually the grade is going down as it moves north. So while it is 4 stories, it's within the height requirements of the village, and that's kind of what we followed in trying to balance a character of the building against just the height. So we thought we made a good compromise. And in answering, I can answer one other question, because it was brought up about the different choices. When a project like this is done, the first thing internally that's done is there's all sorts of designs and plans and things that are looked at internally before the village ever sees them. In this situation, not only was that done, but then there were multiple plans that were considered with staff trying to get the essence and the vision of the downtown plan, and you have a design standards that are very specific about all sorts of material and design. And as I know you're all aware, and I think most of the public is aware, we're not asking for any variations. We're not asking for any changes from the plan. This design manual has been adhered to in letter and spirit, and that's the result of the design. For example, you asked the setback requirement. The setback requirement is the opposite of most hearings that plan commissioners and commissioners hear. Here, the setback has to be no more than 10 feet, not a developer trying to move a building too close to the line. Here, the village dictated they want everything up front and next to the king's house, which we understand, but that's the vision of the downtown plan, to get everything up and utilize the land with that setback requirement of 80%. So a lot of this is dictated by that design standard.
So with that said, have you even looked at eliminating the health club and the meeting rooms in that and making that first floor residential, so you can actually reduce the height of the building from 5 to 4, since that seems to be a major concern here?
No. I think the architect speak to that. Our thought was, there's certain amenities you need in a building, and this is a high-quality building. You need storage for your residents. You need some kind of a room so that people who live in a 2-bedroom apartment, when they have a birthday party or the grandkids come over or they have their friends over, they can use that room, and a workout room is a desirable thing. When you add the amenities in, you might get a unit or 2 out of it, but when you have 55 units, there's actually 56, and we lost one, it's 14 units on each floor, taking 2 apartments from one of the floors to put on the first floor and losing the amenities would not, it might get you a slightly smaller top floor, but it would be negligible.
Okay, and the last question I have, Mayor, has there been an impact study done to tell us what the economic benefits of the area are with 55 units?
No, we did a feasibility study, but no impact study was.
So we don't know what sales can come out of this, or increase in sales revenue that we will see with 55 additional units in this particular building? in the downtown area?
It would be substantial. It would be certainly the sales of the units and the resulting taxes would be between $15 and $20 million.
Okay, but what
Gross
about
sales.
those after they buy the unit? I'm talking more about, when they go out and buy food, cars, the impact that 55 units will have in our central business district.
No, it certainly could be done if was needed. It was not requested.
Well, that would be something I would be interested in, since there's a lack of first floor retail. But I don't know what the costs are, so, that's it. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Commissioner Bryant?
Thanks, Mayor. Picking up on one of the comments Commissioner Durkin made, this is a balancing act, and this gotten a little bit off of design, but in the setback world that we were talking about, I understand what it is that's driving it. It's our existing ordinance. That said, I personally still have challenges with a couple of things. One is the tree issue I mentioned before. The other is, this is kind of a question maybe for the architect, but it has to do with setback and has to do with some of the issues of walkability. Looking at this picture here, which is on the floor down there, that looks like a look down Maple Avenue, but I also don't see this loading zone. And it looks to me like it should be in that picture.
The loading zone?
Yeah.
Well,
so help me out, because if I were to add a loading zone to that picture, it would look a whole lot different for a guy walking with a couple of kids down the block, you know what I mean?
Let me explain the loading zone. That was a late change in the engineering plan. And I think when our professionals talked to the village staff, there was a recommendation that from a convenience and a safety point of view, that a cutout be made in the parkway, in the curbing, and a smaller parkway be put in, so that a vehicle could in and out, wouldn't have to turn in and out, and then could just proceed for a quick drop-off. And it's not only for our building, there could be other uses for it. It would not be only for the building, it would be a loading zone for the block.
It's a safety and convenience thing for vehicular traffic.
Our plan was not designed with that as that being a necessary component of our plan.
Okay.
It was added at the request. Somebody thought it was a good idea, and it could be eliminated.
So when I look at these drawings, which I think is more or less what you just brought up, what I see now is a sidewalk that's basically on the curb. Because you got a patio, which you got fenced, and at least in theory, you've got some fencing and some tables. So am I seeing that right?
Well, interesting other secondary development that has come up since these were submitted as well is that the village is requiring an extra 3 feet of right-of-way than the survey identified. As far as currently, the survey showed that the property goes to the center line of the street. So just to explain what we're talking about here. So we are, as part of this project, dedicating a right-of-way to the village. So the survey identified that right-of-way and several other sources would be a 30-foot right-of-way. It's going to be a 33-foot right-of-way, which actually is a positive, as I've mentioned to Stan before, because what that means is we can have the patio in front of the building, but we also, now what we will have gained is the extra 3 feet is now a landscape strip between the sidewalk and
Between the sidewalk and the curb?
front. Yes.
Between the sidewalk and the patio, or the sidewalk and the curb?
Between the sidewalk and the patio.
So is the sidewalk on the curb in the loading, through the loading zone area?
Yes.
So, full disclosure, I live 1,200 feet away from this.
Okay.
And I have 3 kids, and I walk to Cocamero. So, trying to think about how this fits in the neighborhood, and some of this things about, trying to not be a detriment to the people working and living in the neighborhood. There's a lot about this building to like, there's a lot about the development to like, there's a lot to like about the fact that somebody wants to do this development in Downers Grove, says some great things about the community. But to Sean's point, it's a balancing act from our standpoint just as it is from yours. And so when we look back at all the various efforts that we've made as a community to try and promote the idea of walkability as a community, the amount of money we've invested in sidewalks, the amount of angst we've all spent trying to figure out how to prioritize that and where to do them next. public planning sessions, public planning documents, all emphasize to a great degree walkability through our community. And so, come as no surprise to my colleagues when we reflect on Ogden Avenue conversations, for me, that is that's a negative impact on the community of the function of the development to put a sidewalk on a curb. It's just, is it there? Yeah, sure it's there. I know it's there. But it's not anywhere near the same kind of pedestrian ease, comfort, and walkability as a sidewalk that is sitting 3-5 feet off the curb. It's just a totally different planet, particularly when you're talking about Maple Avenue, which is, help me staff, 8,000 cars a day, something like that. It's, I drive it every day, twice a day, like some of my neighbors do, and if you're trying to walk that on the curb, think about wintertime, for instance. You've eliminated the walkability past that building. So that's a sticking point and a real problem for me.
Bob, though, isn't that, the sidewalk will align with the existing sidewalk that's there now?
Not with that drawing, no.
Well, that's what it looks
The
like.
sidewalk is where it is now.
Okay, but the loading zone comes up to it.
The loading zone comes up to it, but then,
So
so
where are you
you're
gonna
in
plow
the
that?
curb of the loading zone, but not the curb of the roadway.
Where are you going to plow that?
Well, we're gonna plow it into the loading zone, which is our right of way.
Yeah.
And then the responsible thing for the developer or the owner of the building to do would be to plow that so they have their loading zone for their residents and delivery.
But isn't the loading zone village-owned piece?
We could start, I mean, I just want you to know what is of concern to me, and as it relates to the three criteria we're trying to use to consider this, to me, there's been arguably with the loading zone and the layout as it is, there's a diminishment of the accessibility for pedestrians in the area.
Just to answer your question directly, if the loading zone cutout in the curb was a condition of the special use, we would not object to it. If you felt that was, again, it's a trade-off.
Yeah, sure.
But we would understand that.
Okay.
Maybe we can ask the question of our staff, what happens at Station Crossing where there's a loading zone? What happens at Oak Tree Towers where there's a loading zone? What happens even in Emmanuel Residence? It's not quite a loading zone, but there's angled parking in front up to the sidewalk. I think we do have some areas in town that we can find some experience in how that's handled.
In Charles Place, in all those areas that are located in village rights-of-way, the village plows the loading zones. In the downtown SSA, which is nearly coterminous with the TIF district that this is located in, the village plows the sidewalks as well.
Thanks.
I had one more. The last thing that is bothersome to me about the design on a broader sense, and this is not whether it looks nice or not, but the size of the building at the height that it is, combined with our requirements for setback or minimized setbacks, I'm struggling with the parcel immediately to the west, because I think it's hard to make a case where at least where I can get comfortable with that single individual parcel not being somehow diminished in terms of their future value. Because they're now in a cave. They're kind of in a cave. The Sievers building and this building, partly by our rules, I understand that that's part of what drives it, but it puts that parcel into a cavern almost of an existence, especially when our existing zoning takes us and moves us up forward. If you look at 932 and 1,000, the two bigger buildings that remain in theory after this development, their setbacks are different, obviously because they predate our existing zoning. But that combination seems like an awfully bad situation for one particular property. Any thoughts on that?
There's only, on Maple, every district has a beginning and an end. And I know that sounds simplistic, but in this situation, when this plan was done and the zoning was done, I'm sure there was some thought given by the land use plan and the zoning district when they determined where the transition would be and where it would not be. There's, I believe, 13 or 14 properties along Maple and then up, I think it's Washington, 3 or 4, and it's just a small ring. And that's the end of the downtown, that is the downtown district. So those rules were applied to that area. That strip, I think, for many years has been a part of a commercial area. And I know that at the hearing, Mr. Mrs. King testified that when they moved, there were 9 houses on that street that people were living in, and that was many years ago. Well, now there is one. The building that was referred to as a historic house hasn't been a house for many, many years, and it's actually been empty for a number of years. And we've gone through it, and our architect went through it, and we looked at all the possibilities. This house would have two buildings as part of the transition of this area from what it is to what your vision is, the village's vision as to what it's going to be. And we think that we are wanting to implement that vision based on the design code, the comprehensive plan, and the zoning requirements. Will affect that house? Yes.
Yeah, I understand, I'm not disagreeing with anything you say, but as I try and look at and consider the, the welfare of the persons living in the area and injurious to property values, that one parcel in my mind seems as though there's every reason to believe it would suffer as a function of this. So I'm struggling with it. Mayor?
Thank you, Commissioner. Other questions, comments at this time? Design or otherwise, we left that bubble a long time ago.
I apologize for doing that.
No, it's all right.
Thank you, Mayor. This isn't necessarily a question for anybody on the developer, but I felt it necessary to disclose at the very least that we've heard a lot about the Pierce Downer Heritage Alliance, and I happen to sit on the board of directors. That said, I haven't taken any part in anything they've done, but I wanted to put that out there so that everybody knows. We've heard also a lot about the comprehensive plan, and there are a lot of statements about things that we've seen, a lot of quotes from Dr. Goodman and others. It also talks about maximizing the downtown's potential while strategically evaluating opportunities to expand the boundaries. That's page 102. Obviously, we don't need to expand it here because this is part of the downtown zoning. And page 107 are references to the south end of downtown lacking the density found in other parts of downtown, and gaps in the street wall and retail storefronts being detrimental to its character and vibrancy. And there are other references that I could read off as well. And I think that this particular development, while it's got some things that I'm somewhat concerned about, and we've heard a number of them from the dais already, and I won't repeat them, but I think there are good things to it. All of that said, it is somewhat troubling to lose the historic structure that sits there currently. And I do hope that someone comes forward and is interested in purchasing it and moving it. So it would be nice to see that structure saved. Now, in addition to being part of the PDHA, which has as part of its mission historic preservation, I'm married to a museum professional, and I want to make sure that she doesn't make me sleep on the couch too much. So, it is a balancing act, and I think there are good aspects to this proposal, and I think there's opportunities for additional good aspects in terms of historic preservation that I think aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. So, I thank you for your presentation tonight.
In response, we've made it clear that if we would make this house available to a not-for-profit, to a developer, if somebody came along and said something other than, oh, we really like this house, with some kind of a proposal, that we would not have the wrecking ball out there. That's not, if somebody can make it work, we would work with them to make it work.
Well, I think that's important to know. Thank you very much for that. And it's also important, I think, for all of us to understand that it would have been very easy for the developer in this situation to pull a demo permit and knock the house down before any of this took place.
We could have done that.
Exactly.
And we're aware.
Exactly. And,
we are.
And you haven't, and I think that's a testament to the developer and to this entire process.
Very early in the process, I personally met with two individuals who are from different historic groups in town on one occasion, And frankly, I never heard from him again. So maybe it's in process, and maybe it's just a matter of there's no ability or willingness of people to get involved in any monetary way to make that feasible, or provide a lot. It would have to be moved fairly close in order to work.
Just because of the sheer size of the building?
And the trees and the lines, and I've been involved in a couple of those, and it's quite a process, but when it's done, it can work.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rankin.
Sorry, could I just ask some questions of staff? So, we've had a lot of audience members talk about the empty condos, the unbuilt condos by the Tivoli. Could you provide an update at all about what's happening with those properties?
Yes, a couple of months ago, the owner-developer of that property submitted an application for a renewed building permit so they could complete that building. That building permit has been issued.
Okay, thank you. And then I would like to ask downtown management to provide a statement saying how they believe this development could impact the downtown. I don't know if they're able to do that, but that would help in the decision-making process.
On that, Commissioner, the only thing I would suggest is maybe some definition as to what you mean by impact. So, for example, what would be the impact of the estimated number of residents? Picking up on Commissioner Durkin's point, because otherwise I'm fear it might be, well, what do you mean by impact? And we certainly don't want their view on aesthetic issues or things like that. And I know that's not what you mean.
No, that's not what I mean at all. We've heard that some people have said that...
You're not qualified to answer that question either.
Right. How would it impact the stores and the shops and the restaurants in the downtown?
That's what I thought you meant.
Yep.
I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Hence why I was asking if there's an economic study that was done.
Okay, and then I believe I had one more. Excuse me, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from the council, Mr. Fisher?
Just comments. I think that, first off, thanks to everybody for coming. This is one of those situations where there's a lot of moving parts. We've had a lot of different input. We've had a lot of different information, a lot of different questions tonight. I'm kind of glad we have a couple of weeks off before we could see this again for a vote. I think one of the things that it brings to attention is we've talked about historic district, we've talked about private property rights. We have a historic preservation ordinance, and this particular case asks a lot of questions about that ordinance, and I think that's something that we may want to look at for review. I know Commissioner Barnett has brought that up in the past, and that's something that I think when time allows, we should perhaps explore. The word balance has been used a lot here tonight, but when we talk about balance, we also have three pretty specific criteria to look at for the special use, and that's our job as the policymakers, is to use those criteria that have been outlined for many, many years and is basically the industry standard. Balancing historic preservation with new development is always going to be an issue in any community, specifically in Downers Grove, in the heart of our town. It is a big deal, and it shouldn't be taken lightly. I think the conversation tonight has been great. There's been a lot of back and forth. A lot of the things that we talked about tonight, also, one of the comments I have here on my list is the design, and I'm sure the architects have gone through this before to hear some people say that they don't like it, that it's too big, it's massive, it's all these other maybe not so friendly words, but there were about 70 people here tonight, not including us, and there can be many more than 70 interpretations of what makes a design aesthetically pleasing or not. We've gone down the aesthetically pleasing road before a couple of times at this council, and it's always different. One person's view of design can be different from another. In this case, they designed a building that meets all of our criteria for that zoning district, and I think that's important to note as well. The petitioner noted that they are not seeking any variations, and that is also a big deal when we're looking at a development like this for me. This property has been available. It's been for sale for a long time, so I do think that it's been offered to anybody and anybody that was interested in it, and now we have an interest. It's our job to figure out how that interest fits, and I think that we've made a good start tonight in hearing from petitioner, from our residents, I also want to throw a thank you out to the Plan Commission. We all know that they stayed late. We're kind of staying late here tonight too, but they're volunteers. They're not elected like we are. And their opinions and their comments are very important, and they're part of the record, and it's a necessity. So tonight is also very important, and I look forward to having a couple of weeks to digest and come up with a good amount of education to make a good positive or negative vote next week, or in 2 weeks. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. Other questions or comments? Commissioner Burnett?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to say something about the process tonight that I think is important. Commissioner Jose touched on some facts about this discussion, some context that are important. And another one that I think is important is we've got some subjective criteria to consider about a special use request. That is distinct and separate from many of the things that were discussed tonight. The value of a historic home was not one of the things we debated tonight, or we're not going to debate that tonight. And some of the comments about, well, you should put it somewhere else, or we should find another place. We aren't doing any of that. That's not what we are doing. It's no part of what we are doing. So the idea that there might be some other piece of property within the Downers Grove, within the village of Downers Grove, that could have such a thing built on it is not part of the consideration before this group about, is this special use something that should or should not be approved. So just keep that in mind. Everybody's got a lot invested emotionally, personally. Certainly, I can sympathize with people that live by it and might have to live with either the current house or a new potential parcel development, but keep in mind what our decision-making process is. So I guess I would just underscore that and then encourage everybody to take the time to look through, in particular that zoning section 12050, I think it is, and just, it's not long, it's 6 sentences approximately, but take a few minutes to read through that. It's available on our website, and it might further context what this body's charged with considering in this process. It's an important thing to, I think, keep in mind. So, thanks, Mayor.
Commissioner Jose?
Sorry, Commissioner Olson is actually, and he hasn't spoken yet, so I don't want to step on him.
I'm sorry, didn't see your hand. Commissioner Olson, please, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to make some comments. We're in the project, appreciate, of course, everyone's time tonight. I guess I have a number of concerns, and like my colleagues, I agree that having some more time to hear additional comments from the public, digest what we've heard tonight is a good thing. I think, from my perspective, like Commissioner Durkin and Commissioner Rankin have mentioned, economic impact is something I'm questioning. For example, we say that when we say on one hand that there's minimal impact on traffic. We already have a lot of cars driving along Maple Avenue. We already have a lot of people in downtown Downers Grove. Adding 55 units, 55 families, say maybe 150 people, is that make a significant difference for economics in downtown Downers Grove? And I have a hard time thinking that makes a significant impact, especially given the size of our town as it exists. So, I'm not an expert in economic development, but that claim, to me, I'm skeptical of it, and especially given what we've said about traffic, that having all these additional cars is not going to impact traffic on the street there in the downtown, which makes some sense to me. There's been some talk about aesthetics. I personally the aesthetics of the building, I think the building itself on whole looks nice. I like the aesthetics of the building, but it's really, that to me is not a concern that I'm looking, that I have. It's the size and scale of the building. and its consistency with the neighborhood, with the surrounding structures, with what's already there. And I mean, that's something that I'm going to weigh heavily, and I'm concerned about. And really that fundamentally goes to the necessity of the development, the desirability of the development, which is our criteria that we're assessing tonight, or we're going to be assessing when we vote on this project at some point in the future. So those are things that I'm thinking about. I hope that residents who are interested in this project, might consider, as Commissioner Barnett mentioned, might look at those standards, look at the zoning ordinance, and look at the criteria in which we are assessing this project. I love the Edwards House. I hope it can be saved in some format, whether on this location or at another location. But that's not what we're considering tonight. And I would hope that we could receive any additional public comment with regard to some of the specifics of what the zoning ordinance is. I know we can all quote, the petitioner quoted the comprehensive plan, some of the folks that are opposing this proposal quoted the comprehensive plans. We can all look at the comprehensive plan, we can find sections that support our own view on that. And certainly there are, all those sections do exist and we recognize them, but fundamentally to me this comes down to those criteria, and those criteria are somewhat subjective. So I look forward to hearing some additional in these next couple of weeks as we celebrate the Thanksgiving holiday. Looking forward to hearing some additional public comment, to weighing some of these concerns, possibly weighing some of the concerns and perhaps getting additional information that's been discussed here tonight. So that's where I'm at, Mayor. Certainly have a lot of concerns still remaining with the project. I think the idea of condos is great, but there seems to be a lot, many other sites, and there was a mention of the comprehensive plan that I wanted to specifically address was mention of street wall and street wall gaps. And I think the consistency in this area, this essentially creates something new in this area, and the petitioners mentioned that this is new. I do have some concerns, like Commissioner Durkin mentioned, about, well, if we truly are a downtown business district and the idea is to create something new and to create something consistent with downtown business, then maybe we should be having business there. That, to me, is a concern. So, these are all things that I'm thinking about and wanted to just share that tonight with my colleagues, with the petitioner, with the folks that are opposing the project, and folks that are just seeking to learn something about it. So that's all I wanted to share, Mayor. Commissioner Jose.
Thank you. Commissioner Jose.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to add on a second here, I think we've had a couple of mentions of context, and I think that's very important. I think you have to look at this particular property as more than just what it has on it now and what the neighborhood has in it now, because it has been zoned for more dense use for approximately the last 50 years. So we actually had the Kings testify that their home was zoned business when they purchased it. And I think the petitioner said that there had been 9 homes at one time, and now we're down to, I think it's the 1 or 2 that we're down to now. So I think that context is all very helpful in determining the appropriateness of the project for the location that it's proposed for. I think that it goes to some of what Commissioner Olson said too, in terms of the street wall. Is it different than what's there now? Yes, but it seems that the zoning code has, for quite a long time, envisioned moving in this direction. It just so happens that we're getting there now as opposed to 20 years ago or 20 years from now, or at least we have the opportunity to get there. So these are all things that I will continue to weigh in addition to concerns that we've heard. And thank you again for your presentation. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Rankin?
No,
No!
I'm just smiling at Chip. Go ahead.
Smiling at the mayor, eh?
Can I have one more?
Doesn't happen very often, so I have to relish these moments when they do occur. Absolutely.
Just that your wife's not here.
Just one more quick thing, and we've talked about it briefly tonight, but, you know, back in, I think it was 2007, 2008, we were talking a lot about affordable housing. And while I'm not gonna link this condo style to affordable housing necessarily, but we talked a lot about housing stock and available housing stock in our village. We heard from an empty nester or someone looking to downsize tonight, Commissioner Durkin, and I think even my mom would be a candidate for something like this. Of course, my mom would love to live in the village, but adding more condominium units, especially three-bedroom condominiums, allows for a different level of housing stock in our community that we don't have a lot of. And I know there was a whole ad hoc committee formed to discuss our housing stock and how housing is played out here in our village. So it's another component that I think is important to note, that the more housing stock we increase, it allows more different levels of residents to either stay, grow in place, I think was one of the terms we referred to back then, or even new residents to come in. So I think that's another important component of a development like this. Thank you, Mayor. That's my last point today on this issue.
Appreciate the qualifier. I'm not going to repeat anything that everyone else said. I want to also just thank the 19 residents that took the time to come down here tonight and speak, and I know many others are here in attendance and share their own views on this, and there's obviously a lot of other people outside of the chambers here today who we've heard from and will continue to hear from, so we appreciate everybody's input on that, and I appreciate the thoughtful questions raised by all my colleagues as well. This process is one that, just to confirm, will not be voted on until the earliest on December 12th. I'm sorry, I keep doing that. December 2nd. Thank you. It's like telling someone, never mind. The earliest we'll vote on this will be December 2nd, which is the first Tuesday in December. One of three things is going to happen. There's a request for a special use. The criteria have been already described. They're laid out in Article 12.050H of our zoning ordinance, part of our municipal code. You either grant the special use, deny the special use, or there's a third option, which is to grant the special use with conditions, which is something that we are authorized to do under Article 12.050G3, which I would also suggest that people look at, because the village council is authorized to impose such conditions and restrictions upon the premises benefited by a special use as the council determines to be necessary to ensure compliance with the standards, the three standards we've been talking about all night, to reduce or minimize the effect of the special use upon other properties in the area, or to better carry out the general public and intent of the zoning ordinance. So those are the three basic outcomes that can take place here. We've got a lot to consider. Appreciate all the input, appreciate all the timely responses to the various questions that have been asked. We will take this under advisement, as they say.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for all the time, and we understand there are a lot of concerns. We've worked with the staff to try to adhere to the comp plan, the zoning, and we'll continue to work with the entire village where we feel we can to make this a situation that works as best for everybody, considering there's a lot of risk in any development, and we have to make sure that it works. So we will be back on the 2nd, and certainly in that time, we may have some opportunities to hear from the village and get some other ideas and look at some of these issues that have been discussed today. We think we're adhering to the plan. We started with the plan, and we'll continue to work within the confines of this plan, which thinks and clearly that it's mixed uses in the area, not every building would have a mixed use. That's an aspiration. It's the zoning ordinance, in my view, that takes precedence. And in this situation, it's very clear that we've developed this, planned it to the ordinance. But it's late, and I know the hospital is waiting a lot out of the people. So thank you very much for your time.
Sure, and I appreciate it. Again, there's three outcomes. It's approve, deny, or approve with conditions to be determined.
Thank you.
We'll take all that under advisement. Thank you, and with all due respect to our friends who've been waiting very patiently since we're only on the first item on our workshop agenda tonight, I'm going to suggest utilize some executive privilege and ask for a 5-minute break, and then we'll resume promptly. I don't want to take up any more time for those who are waiting for items that are on the agenda, but human nature dictates that we do so. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate the break. We are resuming with the November 18th, 2014 meeting of the Village Council. For those of you keeping score at home, we are on item 9B as in boy on our agenda. And ask Mr. Pavlovich to introduce this item as well. Good evening.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Yes, it's still evening, yes. I will try to move through this as fast as I can, but still give Good Sam their dues. This is a very important project to them as well. The items tonight, there's 3 items. There's a rezoning of 3801 Highland Avenue, a rezoning of 3815 Highland Avenue, and an institutional master plan for 3815 Highland Avenue, which is the Good Sam Hospital campus. The property, as we're all aware of, is at the northeast corner of 39th Street and Highland Avenue, shown here. Again, we zoom in, we see there's a lot of residential zoning around. The property is outlined here in blue. As Commissioner Newsted and I were just talking, there's a little piece of property in the middle. It's the Dorella property, which is not part of the development. That's an R1 zoning property. It's been there for a very long time, and it's not part of the proposal tonight. I'd like to break down the request into 2 requests in essence. The first one is a rezoning from an R4 zoning district to the INP2, which is the Institutional and Public Zoning District 2, which is a campus scale development in the zoning district. And that does include the village's water tower property, which is this white element right there. And the second request is an institutional master plan for the Good Sam campus, which in this case excludes the water tank and does also exclude the Dorella property there in the middle. What is the INP2 zoning district? It's a new zoning district that was just created. It accommodates large institutional uses. Its intent is to minimize adverse impacts on additional areas through a transitional area, encourages comprehensive planning for the campus itself, and through an INP2 zoning district, you can have approval for projects can be through special use or an institutional master plan. The rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is the future land use plan that shows an INPT designation in the future land use plan was institutional, public, and train. So this would be a public use, a civic use, and institutional use. The proposed rezoning does meet the comprehensive plan. INPT looks for government facilities, healthcare providers, community service providers. Obviously, the water tank, water tower property, and the campus here, Good Sam, meets those requirements. Additionally, meets the zoning ordinance standards. The rezoning will better suit the hospital. Right now, it's in an R district, with a planned development. The R district's a little hard to work with in terms of the scale. It's better for an INP2 zoning. When the INP2 zoning was enacted within the zoning ordinance, it really identified some of these bigger campuses that probably fits better into this more specialized area and this more specialized zoning. So it meets the comprehensive plan and does meet the zoning ordinance as well. We will go into next to the institutional master plan request, which is specifically for the Good Sam campus. It does not include the water tank property or the Dorella property. Institutional master plan really develops a framework for development that goes on there, protects the character and integrity of the adjacent R zoning district, allows the hospital some flexibility, it develops specific development regulations, it identifies the allowable uses. There's been, since the PD was created in 1978, there's been multiple amendments to it. All the allowable uses and all the approvals from those approvals back for 40 years or so now will come forward in the INP2 and will continue. Additionally, if the master plan is approved by the village council, anything that's identified on the master plan tonight, they can come in by right to develop that, to come in and for a building permit. They don't have to go back through the they don't have to go through a special use process, a plan development process. They don't have to go through plan commission and come before you again. Anything approved tonight would just be able to come into the village for an administrative review of the proposal. Again, this is the area for the institutional master plan, just to clearly identify that for you. This is an area of the campus here. We see a lot of the green areas around the north. I'll orient you. The north is to the right. Highland Avenue is to the top of the screen, and then 39th Street is to the left side of the screen. The green areas generally
on the south, and that's going to be the east, and then the north here are no-build areas, no disturb zones, and conservation zones, public open space. There's a large wetland here. Some of these mustardy sort of yellow colors are detention areas. The existing building campus are these other yellow buildings here. There's a parking deck right there. And so those are all identified in the master plan here. The IMP2 zoning district does require a transitional area, which is outlined here in yellow, 150 feet from any adjacent residential zoning district. Any development that occurs in those yellow areas here would have to comply with the height and setback requirements for the adjacent zoning district. So in essence, anything built in these yellow areas couldn't be taller than 35 feet, because that's maximum height for those residential zoning districts. So really what we're looking to do is pull the denser, taller development into the center area of the campus here. The Dorella property is sort of unique because then we've got some buffers around it, but we'll deal with those in the master plan. The red line here shows the setbacks from all the adjacent properties, so really nothing could occur in these areas. This is a really large, small plan for a big property here in terms of what the setbacks are, but those all meet the requirements of the adjacent zoning district. The next thing here is we'll show the proposed building additions. This is probably about a 10-year out plan. There are two projects that are looking at that are newer. The first one that's been in the news a little bit is a bed tower addition onto the west pavilion. That'll add some floors. It'll convert double occupancy rooms to single occupancy rooms. That's really planned here in the immediate future, probably 2015. And then the Cancer Care Center here at this location and an expansion of the existing Cancer Care Center, that's planned for next year as well. So those two plans, again, and then there's some expansions of potentially an operating room, emergency room, operating room, and some expansions of the wellness center. So in essence, if this master plan is approved tonight, Good Sam can come in after approval, or not tonight, but approved next council meeting. Good Sam can come in and apply for building permits. And additionally, with any of these other blue buildings designed and identified here. Additionally, they're looking to provide some additional parking through parking improvements. They meet their parking demand study, but in essence, the parking's not really convenient to where people need to go. So they're looking to add some of these areas in blue, light blue, to provide some more convenient parking for their visitors, for their patients, and the like there. This shows the transportation, two main entrances. They will remain. There's a lot of internal roadways just based on the previous development. That all will remain in the same location. This shows really the extent of all the green space. The dark green is more forested areas. The light green is more foundational plantings, grass areas, some trees. And then this area, again, is primarily wetland there. We've got, this shows the stormwater, where their stormwater detention areas are located. It meets current standards, and it's really designed to accommodate future development as well. In terms of signage, there's one new sign proposed, which would go on the bed tower. The existing tall sign that's on top of the building is in this location, generally right around here. With the bed tower going up, they'll need more identification along Highland Avenue there. With regard to the comprehensive plan, these are really four things that it meets. It meets the comprehensive plan. The zoning ordinance, with the institutional master plan, they can sort of work with the staff to develop some key requirements in the internal, outside of the buffer zones and there. So the biggest thing is the interior building height area, which is 100 feet maximum. That's to provide, against, like I said, the denser, bulkier information and buildings within the center of the campus. As proposed, the bed tower would be about 80 feet tall, so they're looking for maybe potentially 2 more floors in the future, although nothing today is proposed. But this just really sets the development envelope and the box that they can build in if they meet all these requirements. Anything identified in the master plan today can go right for building permit. Anything new that would come in, if somebody gives $1 million and wants to build something else that's not in the master plan, again, that would have to come back in. We'd have to modify the master plan, and you would see that. It does meet all the criteria for approval. Master plans are used, the plan unit development review. All of these standards are met. So that staff supported the project. The Plan Commission, again, recommended positively on it. If there's any questions I can answer, I'd be willing to answer those for you. And Good Sam and their folks have been here for a while, too, to help you out.
You have been here for a while, indeed.
It was kind of reverse role from...
I realize that. It was pointed out to me that it was, yes, it was... everything that goes around comes around, yes. Thank you, nonetheless, thank you for your patience. Let me just ask first if there's any questions from anyone remaining in the audience with respect to this item. And we're not voting on any of these items tonight. Yes, please.
You're calling for comments as well as questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello again, Dr. Goodman.
Hello again, Mayor, Commissioner, staff. I'm Gordon Goodman, 5834 Midaw, and I have a PowerPoint that I'd like to use in my remarks. Yes. I should say first that I fully support the recommendation of the staff and the rezoning and the adoption of a master plan for the hospital. I think zoning as an institution is much more appropriate than zoning as residential, sort of patched up with a PUD. This zoning does isolate the Medrella property, but it's, I think, very reasonable to expect that the hospital has a right of first refusal, and the eventual use of that will be consistent with the hospital's surrounding uses. So what is it that I'm here to discuss? I'm here to discuss the fact that you're doing a good thing by adopting a master plan so that it won't have to come to your attention again if the hospital proceeds with the things that it's told you it has in mind at this point. One of the things that the staff did when they considered this was to put in 3 conditions on the recommended approval. And I'm suggesting there might be a 4th one that you should add at this point, because one of the things that the comprehensive plan and also the discussion of this institutional plan stresses is that it's one step toward making the relationship between this institution and its neighbors appropriate. And one of the significant neighbors of this hospital is the Lyman Woods Forest Preserve, of which the village, the Park District, and the Forest Preserve District share ownership. Since the 1980s, you have had 3 parties owning it, in particular the part of the preserve which is the southernmost 18 acres and widely judged to be the most high-quality portion of the preserve, was bought by all 3 parties. There are certain other parts of the preserve now that not all 3 parties own. It's a really complex relationship, but at least for the part that's of concern tonight, the part that borders the hospital, the village, the Park District, and the Forest Preserve District share ownership. One of the concerns we've had over the 20 years since 1994, when the PUD was established for the hospital and certain areas were set aside as buffers, a do not disturb, a do not build zone, was that those areas need to be maintained so that the invasive species like buckthorn and honeysuckle don't proliferate there and then creep over into the preserve. My best understanding is that none of that maintenance has been done over the last 20 years. And I think some other members of the public who have more experience and credentials in ecology than I will give you evidence about that. My main concern is to correct that situation now. Probably the last time this comes before this council, unless there are new buildings that the hospital hasn't thought of, a need to construct now. The point is that these do not disturb and do not build zones are the most direct border of the preserve in this neighborhood, and they need to be maintained. So I'm recommending that a fourth condition, in addition to the three that have been recommended by your staff and forwarded to you as recommendations by the Plan Commission, be added. Namely, the petitioner shall develop and implement a program to identify and remove invasive species of vegetation from the do not disturb and do not build zones that border the Lyman Woods Preserve. And as long as the main thrust of that were preserved, I don't see any reason why my words are sacred, but that's what I think you need. And one of the things we might want to look at is, well, I'm not sure why, but that doesn't look like what I was trying to show you. Let's see. Let's go to the campus map, and I'll read you what I wanted to say, but it didn't show up on the map, on the slide. This map shows in the dark green the do not disturb area, and in a light green to the south, which in this case is the left of the dark green, there is another intermediate green color. That's the do not build zone that was authorized in connection with the construction of the multi-story parking deck that's shown in, I don't know, mustard. So those are the two areas that are of concern to me, and those are the ones that were established under the 1994 approval that the village gave. There is one other green area just to the west, which in this case is above the dark green area. And this is a rather jagged area that borders the parking lot for the wellness center. It's called the West Buffer Zone. That one was established by consent decree with the village not taking any part, or the Forest Preserve not taking any part. Just the hospital and the Park District worked that through. And that was done in the 1998 period, March 1998. So those are rather completely different areas. One of the things that I wanted to call your attention to is this is the 1994 agreement concerning the establishment of the restrictive covenants that are the do not disturb and the do not build zones. As you see, they're really related to the construction projects that are going on at that time on the hospital site. And there's no thought at that time about what the long-term future of these zones is. It's just to protect them from being disrupted during the construction period. I brought this up at the Plan Commission meeting, and in the draft minutes that are before you, you can see it's not a very good representation of what I said. I specifically discussed the do not disturb and the do not build zones and distinguished them from the what's called the West Buffer Zone. I was talking only about trying to maintain the vegetative characteristics in those two areas that were right next to the preserve. I wasn't talking about the area that's internal to the hospital property. But in answer to my question about introducing some sort of maintenance procedure there, Mr. Kazin, according to the minutes, explained that that couldn't be done because the restrictive covenant said that nothing could be done there. This is a fairly correct characterization of Mr. Kazin's comments as I remember them. Regarding the removal of invasive plantings, Mr. Kazin stated that nothing could be done to disturb such areas due to the consent decree in place. Well, I've looked into the consent decree, and I can't see how that would be the case. Let's see if this one comes up better. Yes, I think it does. So this is an extract from the consent decree entered in 1998. And one of the paragraphs establishes this new buffer green space immediately to the west and adjacent to the do not disturb zone. So that this is what is now called the west buffer zone. And as far as that, there is a very definite limitation on any removal of trees or plants in the west buffer zone. But you see, quite specifically, it's the west buffer zone. And so this does not, as far as I read the consent decree, have any implication for the do not disturb or the do not build zones that were previously established. I have one question that I haven't been able to answer yet, and perhaps the staff here or Mr. Kazin on behalf of the hospital can answer it. In that consent decree, there was a paragraph 17 that said the advocate desires to amend the 1994 agreement that was an agreement between the three owners and the hospital. And it points out that by entering this consent decree, the Park District had consented to execute the amendment, but it also points out that such parties not a part of the current proceedings shall not be inferred to consent to said amendment. But I wondered, what is the status of this amendment? I've looked through the Recorder of Deeds and other sources. I've asked the Park District, and I haven't been able to find the amendment that is indicated here. So the bottom line is that I really think this is the time. There is no restriction on any of the parties except perhaps the Park District. And even for the Park District, I don't think there's a restriction applying to the do not disturb and do not build zones. I think it's in the interest of the long-term quality of the Lyman Woods Preserve that the public, through these three units of government, own to have this sort of maintenance program. And I believe there are people here who will tell you about the quality of the vegetation currently and about what relatively simple procedure such a maintenance program would be. I'm not qualified to do that. Thank you. Are there any questions for me?
No, I actually think I understand your point.
Well, I hoped it was clear. Thank you.
Unless anyone else didn't understand your point. Other questions from members of the audience? Hello again.
Good evening once again, Mayor Tully, commissioners and staff. Once again, I'm Irene Hoekstrom at 1232 Gilbert Avenue, and I would like to go on record as concurring with Dr. Goodman of the Pierce Downer Heritage Alliance in establishing a management program at this time for the buffer zones that border Lyman Woods. I'm a landscape architect living in Downers Grove with work experience at the Chicago Park District, NIPSI, as I mentioned earlier, and most recently in ecological restoration. So currently, the predominantly white and red oak forest in the buffer zones has a ground floor of several invasive species that include poplar trees, shrubs such as honeysuckle and buckthorn, and herbaceous plants such as teasel and reed canary grass. So various studies are being done, including those by Dr. Liam Hennihan of DePaul University, that show that the soils where buckthorn dominates the vegetation have a higher percentage of nitrogen and carbon. So this creates a legacy effect where, restoration then of native species is far more difficult as native plants cannot tolerate high levels of nitrogen. So the presence also of all these invasive shrubs prevents the regeneration of oaks. Oaks need sunlight to grow, and a dense layer of buckthorn and honeysuckle prevents sunlight from reaching the forest floor. And also a dense layer of shrubs results in more soil erosion and stormwater runoff. Because the buffer is in a do not disturb zone, chainsaws and brush cutters cannot be used in removing these invasive species. Removal will have to be done by hand using loppers and hand saws. And this work gets very difficult and is much more costly if the vegetation is dense and large. So unless a management plan is in place, this problem will only worsen and spread into adjacent Lyman Woods. It will make restoration efforts in Lyman Woods more challenging and more costly. So 20 years has given these invasive plants plenty of time to grow and spread, and there is no time like the present to address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions or comments from members of the audience with respect to this item? Questions or comments from village council? Let me just throw a couple things. Go ahead.
How many jobs will this create for the hospital when all is done with this phase, the phase that we're talking about?
Are you talking about the entire master plan?
No, just what we were referring to as the 92 million, the one that's been in the media. Yeah, I mean, how many jobs are we talking about will this be creating for the area? Do we know? If you don't know, you can get back to me.
You talking about from a construction?
No, I'm talking about permanent jobs that are being created with this expansion by the hospital, because you are our largest employer in town, a great community business. I mean, we have a great rapport with you. I was just inquiring the number of jobs this expansion is going to create on a permanent level. And if you don't know, Laura, that's fine. I'm good with it.
No, we've done some preliminary planning for it, and actually, I think the number of jobs it'll create is probably around 50.
Okay.
The idea behind the $96 million project is really to provide private rooms.
Mm-hmm.
And so actually what we'll do right now, primarily the hospital has semi-private rooms. And so really what it'll do is it'll take some of the staff that currently provide space in one room and spread them across multiple rooms.
I appreciate that.
There will be some additional jobs because obviously we're adding more square footage, so there will be additional jobs with regard to facilities, transport, pharmacy, some nursing. I mean, there are certain categories of jobs that we know will be increased just because we've got more square footage. Housekeeping, just because we know we've got more square footage to take care of.
Okay. I appreciate that. I didn't mean to give you a curveball.
No, it's all right. I mean, I think the reason I'm sort of hesitating is because some of the exact details about how many people and how we're going to get materials from existing places in the hospital today, which are not moving, to some of these newer areas, and how, can we do that with existing staff through lean work that we're doing at the hospital in order to be more efficient, Or is it just a matter of, you need so many people to provide, to do the work within the same period of time, and you can only do that with the same number of people?
We will treat it as anecdotal, we won't hold you to it, we just
Okay.
know it's a very positive thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, and again, thanks to all of you.
Mayor.
No, you can't. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask about the comments we heard from Dr. Goodman and Ms. Holmstrom about this vegetation.
That's what I was about to get into.
Oh, good.
Chomping at the bit, yes.
Yeah, so I don't want to step on your toes, Mayor.
Those are big feet to step on. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you for your patience in being here at this late hour on this important project. I'm really excited to see this as the first of these new categories that we've created in our the most recent zoning ordinance, the INP and the INS categories. This is pretty cool because these were designed at staff's suggestions to provide another avenue for zoning that would address a lot of issues and simplify and streamline things. So this is kind of new to see this really being done for the first time, and glad to see that we're doing it with a great, terrific community partner. These new categories are going to look like they're going to work exactly as designed by allowing flexibility with respect to the use of the land in this institutional campus type environment, but yet remaining consistent with the goals and outcomes and objectives of our land use management and our land use ordinances. So this is pretty neat. And I'm hopeful that by limiting the amount of process that you have to go through the master plan process, the master plan concept, I should say, that this will have the benefit of allowing you to do better planning, to reduce your costs. We'll miss you sorely coming to Village Hall every time you have a major project, but I'm sure that it will facilitate your business goals and the ultimate objective of providing the best healthcare service to the community that you can muster. So hopeful that this is achieving that goal, because that was the idea, to create flexibility, to facilitate, not regulate, and yet remain true to our goals and objectives that we commit to the community in terms of good and responsible land use management. On the issue of the consent decree and the vegetation management program, I have to confess I've seen some of the background on this before, so I got the point right away. I think it's something that we'll take a look at, and we are taking a look at it already. We're looking at some of these issues, and we've been in contact with some of the other entities who are involved, because this is not a unilateral proposition. I think it was described very aptly by Dr. Goodman as complicated. So there are some things that we need to look into, but we're currently looking into it. The consent decree, and you have to read the whole consent decree. There are other parties who are involved. Then there's the vegetation management program itself. Needless to say, Lyman Woods is also a iconic jewel of our community that we want to continue to respect and enhance. But we're figuring that out, and I think between Advocate Good Samaritan, Park District, Forest Preserve, the 18th Judicial Circuit Court of DuPage County, and the Village of Downers Grove, we'll figure this out. But we're currently in the process of taking a look at that, which is the short answer to your question. I don't know if you have any comments on that.
I do.
I just was going to say, we're all looking at it right now.
Right, and the proper vehicle to address it is through the consent decree and the restrictive covenants, of which we're a party to. Dr. Goodman is not. The Park District is, and so the proper place to address that would be in those documents and any amendments thereto, which everybody would need to be a part of, not putting it as a condition in this zoning ordinance.
Right, and that very well may be the case, and I'm aware of that. Obviously, the first thing is to assess the consent decree and determine who is bound by it, what is bound by it. I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing. We're in the process of doing that.
Right. If
in fact the consent decree does govern, then it would be something that would have to be addressed through the courts and the agreement of the parties in order for it to be effective. But
is the hospital opposed to this vegetation management that's been discussed?
No one's really come to us. We met with the Park District. They didn't have any issue with this. It was brought up casually, and we said, you know, there are all these provisions about not being able to remove trees. We gave you all this in response to opposition to development. It's all been dedicated.
and is that. So there's a lot of issues that come before it. So are we opposed? We don't know what the proposal is. Is it for them to come on and possibly obtain a license? We'd have to look at that. It hasn't been really discussed. I think what we do know is we'd be opposed to some condition right now that says we have to manage that area where the forest preserve is a party, the village is a party, the park district is a party, et cetera, and we thought we had resolved all this long ago. And there's other issues too, as far as which trees get removed, how that affects other people in the area, et cetera, et cetera. So.
The first question is just to find out what the rights and responsibilities and obligations are.
Absolutely.
Right. And then ascertain what the best path forward is to achieve what the objectives were that were described. That's the state that we're in.
Absolutely.
It may be this vehicle, maybe a different vehicle. I think the first step is just to assess the relationships, the legal documents, the effect of the consent decree, the other requirements and authorities that may be available, and ascertain what the best path forward is. That's the first step. And then talk about what the path would be.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
what I'm hearing is we haven't gotten to that part yet. First have to figure out what can and can't be done and who has to be involved in order to do it.
Right. Absolutely. Because there is no maintenance obligation in these agreements. And again,
right. This may or may not be the right place for it, but that's what's being ascertained.
Right, absolutely. Well, I think I'm glad that folks have brought this forward, and it's something that perhaps can look into this. And I tend to agree that this is probably not the right vehicle for something like that.
To be determined.
But I think that this is something we should look into. So appreciate it.
Yes, and are, and then obviously once we have the outcome of the ascertainment, if you will, we'll all have the benefit of that information and know how it may bear upon this whole issue.
No doubt. Thank you.
Other questions or comments at this juncture? Other than that, once again, I appreciate it. We're always excited when there's a new big project going on at the hospital campus.
Thank you.
Continue to make a great institution even greater. I think that actually covered 3 items, didn't it?
That's correct, B, C, and D. The last 2 items on tonight's first reading, both are budget implementation items. Item E is amending the 2015 water rates. This is for the potable or drink water. And item F is amending the stormwater utility fee rates. There has been no change to the proposed increases that were presented as far back as September of this year. It's about a 14% increase to water rates, about an 8.7% increase to stormwater utility fee rates. And we're happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you. Any questions from any members of the audience on either one of these subjects? Stormwater utility fee rates or the 2015 water rates? Questions or comments from the council? Commissioner Durkin.
I just have a quick one. Since Mayor Emanuel is jamming these water rates down our throats, have we looked at possibly easing the burden on our residents instead of doing a bi-monthly billing to go to a monthly billing? It's more palatable to take on a $50 or $60 a month fee than $120 or $130 every other month, considering the billing now includes the stormwater utility fee and the water and the meter rate, the meter fee.
Yes, we took a look at that a couple of years ago when we were implementing the stormwater utility, and we were also relooking at our relationship with the Downers Grove Sanitary District, where we have a partnership with how we do the billing. Right now, the billing is bi-monthly for both the village and the sanitary district. The bottom line was we felt that that change would be an increase in administrative cost of both programs for billing, our stormwater and our water program, as well as the Downers Grove Sanitary District billing.
Well, currently we process the billing internally, right? We have staff that does this. Have we looked at outsourcing it to a third party that the majority of the other communities are doing? I don't necessarily need answers now. These are just thoughts that have come up as I've sat here and I've been reading this stuff and over the weekend, and just, I know you and I have had this discussion. Yes. As we look at down the road where these water rates are, more and more, they're going to keep going up. We know that. That's a given. But I think we should look at possibly doing a monthly billing versus, or give the resident an option to do a monthly billing or pay half or whatever. I mean, there's statistical data there that we have, and we know what the average homeowner, or how many times my bill is X or what. I just, because I know other communities are looking at doing this.
Yes.
So if we could at least entertain it, I would appreciate it. And this 14% increase is pretty much what we have to do, right? I know last year we did a 7% increase.
Yes. It's a function directly of the cost of water, so as long as we want to make sure we cover the cost of water that we buy from the commission that flows out of the city of Chicago, this is the rate that would have to be applied to maintain sustainability.
And really, this is just a pass-through from the city of Chicago.
That's correct.
So this is a pass-through rate from Mayor Emanuel, so I hope that's tweeted. That's all I have, thank you.
I don't see anyone tweeting, it's too late.
Batteries are dead.
Well, I share the sentiments of Commissioner Durkin. It's unfortunate that fine mayor of Chicago is jamming this into Downers Grove and all across this area. And it's unfortunate that we have to pay this price, but you know, I'm very pleased. We've seen a number of issues with the cold weather. I know there was a water main issue down on Dunham Road yesterday, south of South High School, that I happened to pass by and saw village staff and Public Works immediately on that. So, you know, it's important that we continue to maintain this water system that serves our residents. I guess my main concern, and I don't want to discuss it at length tonight, given the lateness of the hour, is the stormwater utility fee rates. Are we on that topic, or are you considering them as a package?
Let's just see if anybody else has any questions on the water rate. I mean, what I'm hearing is the water rate is a pass-through because the price at which we pay for it is being increased by an external party, and we have to pass it through, or we subsidize it through another form of revenue. That's our only other choice.
Yep. Right.
So if there are no other comments on water, then we'll go to stormwater utility fee. You're up, Commissioner.
I think it would come as no surprise. I'm very concerned about this increase for the residents, businesses, and I will leave it at that, just with brevity. Look forward to discussing it further when it comes back.
Thanks. Other questions, comments?
Is this stormwater really coming back? This is more informative, right? I mean, we've already passed the increases along with the approval of the 2015 budget, or are we going to talk about it?
This is the formal adoption of the increase. The budget would set the revenues we expected and therefore the expenses.
You passed a budget that assumes...
The budget is not the same as actually setting the rates.
Okay, I understand. I was just trying to get an idea of when Commissioner Olson said he looks at forward to talking about it. I didn't know.
In the effort of
when we're gonna do it.
conserving
That's
time
what-
tonight.
Sooner or later, we're
we'll
going to vote on it.
I'll talk about when it's on the active agenda. Next, first meeting in December, whenever it is on the active agenda.
All right.
I guess that's what I understood.
Okay.
2 weeks ago.
Not in the workshop. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. And again, we've had this discussion before about the increase, and really, the word increase is a misnomer. It is an increase, but really what we've done is we calculated the amount of dollars we need to take care of certain projects, and we've simply figured out over what period of time those dollars need to be raised, and rather than raising them all in one big lump sum, which we could have done, spaced in over time and escalating over time to get to that dollar amount. We can change the amount of the fees, we can change the amount of dollars, we can change the amount of projects, we can change anything. But every time you start monkeying around with the analysis, you're making a change.
And we'll get into this in 2 weeks.
No. We've, the same conversation we've been having for 3 years.
The good news is we're all concerned about it.
Well, yeah. You're either concerned about the increase, or you're concerned about not having the money to pay for the projects. I agree, we're all concerned.
Yeah, given especially the action the council has taken, which I supported, to exempt for not-for-profits, we clearly are making changes, and I think this is somewhere where we might need to think about making some changes. So, look forward to discussing.
Okay, I would just encourage, if you have a proposal for something different, then we need to know about it in advance of 2 weeks. Because right now, we have our proposal that is being discussed that will be on the table for action in 2 weeks.
Okay.
That's all I'm suggesting. Anything else on stormwater utility fee or water? It's water everywhere, as far as I could see.
And it's our first reading tonight, Mayor, thank you.
Terrific, thank you for that. Very briefly on the mayor's report, speaking of stormwater, I do just want to mention that this morning's DuPage County Stormwater Committee meeting, on which I serve as the municipal representative for District 3, of significance for us in this room, the DuPage County Stormwater Management Committee and the DuPage County Stormwater Management Group generally, as you know, has been doing surveys and data gathering for some time with respect to different projects that they might undertake and different needs that they might have on a countywide basis. That need assessment has been developed over the course of various surveys and meetings and conversations with over 30 different municipalities, including Downers Grove. The results of that survey and those meetings and those discussions have been compiled into a draft report that I hold in my hand. It was then provided to representatives of DuPage Mayors and Managers, the Forest Preserve of DuPage County, Park District officials, municipalities, and also other DuPage County officials. After some further tweaking, the report is now reflects the outcome of those efforts. This morning, the Stormwater Management Program Assessment, as the document is called, was approved to be put out for a 30-day public comment period by the DuPage County Stormwater Management Committee. That 30-day period will begin November 20th, 2014. I know we can probably get a clean copy of it and make that available not only to the rest of the village council, but to any resident that might be interested in looking at it on our website. Mine's got notes and things that I've scribbled on it, but once the final one, which was approved this morning, is available, we should probably put that out there. What it does significantly is identifies basically 3 tiers: high priority, medium priority, and low priority of, for lack of a better word, projects that DuPage County might undertake throughout the county in terms of stormwater management, and some description of what the funding would be that is associated for those categories. They're called level 1, level 2, level 3. I won't go any further other than to encourage everyone to take a look at it. It's actually not that long of a document. It sums up everything, and to the extent that we have comments on it, objections, criticisms, whatnot, the 30-day comment period begins November 20th. That's all I have for my report. Unless there are any questions on that? Hearing none. Item 11 on our agenda, manager's report, Mr. Fieldman.
No report tonight.
Thank you, sir. Now we go to item 12, village attorney's report. Ms. Petrarca.
Thank you, Mayor. 6 items to present tonight. The first is an ordinance amending the stormwater utility rates, an ordinance amending the water rates, an ordinance authorizing a special use to permit a residential condominium development at 936, 942 Maple Avenue, an ordinance rezoning certain property located at 3801 Highland Avenue, an ordinance rezoning certain property located at 3815 Highland Avenue, and an ordinance adopting an institutional master plan for the property located at 3815 Highland Avenue. They will all be on the December 2nd active agenda.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That brings us to item 13, council member new business. Do not any members of the village council have any items of new business they would like to raise with the rest of their colleagues at this point in time? I see that the 11 o'clock rule has kicked in. No items of new business after 11 o'clock p.m.? All right, very good. Then with that, I will ask for a motion to adjourn. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Newstead? Aye. Commissioner Durkin?
Aye.
Commissioner Jose?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Rankin?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnett?
Aye.
Mayor Tully?
Aye. Thank you. We are adjourned. Good night and have a safe and happy Thanksgiving.